We're ready to unveil a world free of blood cancers. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Dare to Dream event.
It's time to unmask cancer. Visit fixedopscares.org or scan the QR code on the screen now and make a donation to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Here to show their unwavering support for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society are Tom Dahl of Subaru of America, Liza Borches of Carter Myers Automotive, and Adam Arens of Patriot Automotive Group.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. A great fixed op experience begins with empowerment at every level to do the right thing. With us today are Tom Dahl, the president and CEO of Subaru of America, Liza Borches, the president and CEO of Carter Myers Automotive, and Adam Arens, the owner of the Patriot Automotive Group. Tom, Liza, and Adam, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ted, it's great to be with you again. And obviously it's great to be with Liza and Adam, two of my favorite retailers in all Subaru land. So it's going to be a great conversation that we're going to have today. I'm looking forward to it.
We had such a great time together, I think, on this roundtable last time that we are honored you brought us back together again, Ted. Really excited to be here.
Yeah, it is a pleasure to be with such great friends, all three of you, and given the opportunity to share about some of the things that we've been able to accomplish with everybody's help on this screen and all the people that work back in the stores.
Well, if those weren't watching at this time last year, Tom, remind us, tell us a little bit about maybe how long you and Liza and Adam have known each other and some of the backstory on that, if you don't mind.
Well, what's interesting about Liza's store, Carter Myers Automotive Group, is that I've known Liza's father for many, many years from NADA. In fact, many of the NADA dinners or whatever, Carter would be sitting right next to me. And he would always be asking me about Subaru, and he needs to get a Subaru store. And finally, maybe about 10 years or so ago, that was able to come into fruition. And then, of course, I met Liza as she's taken over for her dad running the business. And of course, Adam, I've known Adam probably for 20 years up at Patriot Subaru, up at Saco, Maine. And Adam's always done a great job for Subaru. In fact, Adam's store was one of the early members of our Chairman's Roundtable, which is now our Pleiades Club, which is the highest level a retailer can achieve in the Subaru world. And it represents retailer excellence. It's not just sales. It's sales, it's parts and service, it's added security, it's net promoter score. It's everything that makes a retailer great. And we've got two great retailers here representing Subaru. I'm so proud of these two. I can't tell you how excited I am to be with them on the panel today.
And I'm excited as well. They do so much for our industry, Tom, and they've been involved very much with the Fixed Ops Roundtable as well. I have to start by asking you, Tom, one of the things I've heard over a long period of time is that Subaru retailers appreciate your straight talk and your transparency. And I think that's the foundation of your partnership. You've had an amazing run up in sales the past 10 years or more. Talk to us a little bit today, and then we'll ask Liza and Adam about the cooperation between the retailer and the manufacturer when it comes to customer retention in both service and sales.
Well, I think us, the manufacturer and our retailers, want the same thing, right? We want a loyal customer relationship. And in fact, we think the goal of our businesses should be to create a loyal customer. And from a manufacturer perspective, now I can't say this necessarily for my two retailers that are on the video here with me today, but sometimes I think retailers focus too much on perhaps like their net margin or their effective labor rate versus some of the, and that takes the emphasis away from doing some of those little things that customers need, like oil changes, brake jobs, tire rotations, just putting air in the tires, for example, because they're worried about the effective labor rate. And sometimes then that doesn't create the customer retention or loyalty because the customer doesn't think they're being valued. And I think that's one of the things that maybe we as a manufacturer need to get across to the retailers, that these metrics are very important to know and to understand, but you have to factor in the whole business and how customers can relate to that. So things like, it's important for retailers to have tech training, and both of these retailers do, because that helps with fix right the first time. And then, of course, you have to have adequate loaner vehicles in place in order to make sure that the customers can be out and on their way. We really certainly don't want them in the waiting room for any length of time. And then that builds trust, and then that builds the relationship. And then the customer feels valued, and that's how we add value into our entire operations. And then that brings the customer back, and we've got this great positive circle of trust going up, if you will. So those are the things that I think, but retailers and manufacturers have to work together on, is to make sure that we build this lasting customer relationship built on trust. And if we can do that, then really the success of our business is truly assured.
Liza?
The word collaboration, I think, is integral in everything that Subaru does with their retailers. But when we talk about customer retention, there is absolutely zero chance of retaining a customer if both the OEM and the retailer don't do their job well. It does take both of us. We can have great product without a great experience, and we're going to lose that customer. We can have a subpar product, but a phenomenal retailer experience, and we're going to lose that customer. So I think Subaru and the Subaru retailers fully understand that it is a collaborative relationship to make it happen. But two special things that I think are different with what Subaru does that really helps significantly increase the retention of our customers is, first, the way that they engage our sales and service teams, whether it be through Love Promise, some of the things that Tom does personally that I'm sure we'll talk about, but they get our associates in love with the Subaru brand and the Subaru product and what Subaru stands for, that just exudes out to our customers and gets our customers as excited about the Subaru brand. So it's not just that they're coming to us for service, but our Subaru team is so excited about the brand that they represent that I think that significantly impacts our retention with this brand in particular. In fact, we have a lot of brands at CMA. We have 18, and it's probably the only one that we have that, like, I couldn't take my Subaru service manager and say, I want to put you in a bigger store. I'm going to go put you in, I'm not going to name another brand. They don't want to go. They want to stay with the Subaru brand. So that's one piece. The other thing that I think is important to mention, Tom talked about all the metrics that are specific to how well is our department doing financially, but there are also, I think, negative ways that we look at CSI that doesn't necessarily help us with retention. The way Subaru looks at the Net Promoter Score, they have a process in place that together we identify opportunities that might be causing customers to defect. And I think it is a collaborative process through the team they have in place and the investments they've made in their people working with our service advisors, our sales associates, so that we're properly identifying the opportunities and making improvements, not just focusing on the score. So those are just two things I thought I would mention that are specific to Subaru.
Adam, Liza mentioned that excitement in the associates, and I know that transcends onto the guests as well. I have a Subaru customer in my household who loves her Crosstrek, and she's so passionate about that product, and she's excited every time she gets behind the wheel and drives it. So I know all that to be true, Adam.
So, I think one of the things that they both mentioned, and just the way that we communicated in our store, is that vertically, from the manufacturer to the sales arm of the manufacturer to the region or distributor to the retailer to the service manager and general manager, all the way through, it's vertical and that everybody understands that there are no just solid short-term decisions, that everything has to reflect on what a long-term decision is, right? So that day when you can't get that customer in and their car's broken, you risk having a long-term relationship, right? So you have to see that as a risk to the viability of that customer and as a risk to your business. For us, we've been able to focus on the customer and try to say, okay, this is something that the customer needs to have. And with other manufacturers, and Liza has many, and I've worked with a few, they will tell you it's their policy not to do something, as opposed to look at what the long-term risk is of not doing something, right? So sometimes it doesn't make sense. Customer ran out of gas doesn't mean that we should buy them a new car, but it does mean that we should come to their rescue and understand what happened to them. And I'm not saying that that's a service problem, but a battery doesn't start when somebody's supposed to be at work and they're the type of people that always have an excuse for why they're late. Doesn't mean you blame them because they left their lights on overnight or they left the dome light on and their battery didn't start. And the other side of that is, we have, as we've grown, we had tremendous growth up until COVID. We continue to grow as a group, but the volumes come down, but the service volume has not. We now have the explosion of 2019, 2020, 2018, 2017 of this successful franchise. So the pressure on your associates in the service department is high, but it's also high because we have a lot of first-time buyers, first-time Subaru owners who are now in their first customer pay situation. So they need a set of tires. And by the way, tires are not $600 anymore. Everybody seems to know that on this screen, but the customer doesn't. But to have some empathy for somebody when you're presenting them an $1,150 better or adequate level and $1,400 best level for those set of tires, and that they weren't ready for that, especially in today's economy. So that being said, again, just all of us try to remember from both the manufacturer and the people in the dealership that there are no short-term decisions that are isolated.
Adam, that's a really good point. Like I've always tried to tell our customer advocacy group that when a customer calls in, the last thing they want to hear is our policy is this or our policy is that, because policy is made to protect us, the manufacturer. It's not made to help the customer. So we have to find ways to help the customer, no matter what their situation is. So I try to say to them, don't ever say the word policy. We're here to solve the customer's problems, which is what you just said, right? That's what we're all about. It's not about the customer did this wrong or that wrong, or they may have done something. We want to help them. And you can't help them if your policy dictates something. Policy just tries to minimize any cost that we might have as a manufacturer. Customers want to hear that. Customers got a problem. They're coming to us with an issue and we got to solve it.
Tom, you just mentioned the customer advocacy department, and I think it's worth highlighting. I mentioned earlier that we see where Subaru is investing in their people, Ted, and that signals to them what's most important. And I can't remember Renee's name off the last name off the top of my head. She is phenomenal, and seeing Subaru invest in someone at such a high level to oversee their customer advocacy department. The teams at our Subaru stores tell me all the time, since she came on board, it is easier for them to take care of customers, the way that they can communicate and connect with the customer advocacy department. And so I think what you're saying is real. We see it out in our dealerships.
Yeah, her name is Renee Rem, by the way.
Renee Rem, yes.
Yeah, she's terrific. You're absolutely right.
And we talk about this when we talk about advocacy for the customer, and people try. In other brands, they've basically been told you can't. And one thing I can tell you is that problems don't need blame. They need solutions.
That's right.
Yeah. And I think that speaks to the culture that Subaru, Tom, that you've created. And, maybe 5, 10, 15 years ago in the automotive retail, we didn't hear a whole lot about culture. It's one of the top talking points now here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Tom, I want to also ask you, you mentioned some of the things. Any frustrations you've had with your retailers in the service and parts area, and even sales that you'd want to mention?
I wouldn't say there's frustrations. I think there's always things to work on and to get better at. And I think that's what we try to do with our retailers. I think Liza said it really well. I mean, as part of our surveys that we do with our customers that determine what the Net Promoter Score is for a particular retailer, there's comments that the customer makes. And what we try to do is get those comments back to the retailer, get them back, whether it's the sales side, the service side, parts side, to make sure that they understand what the customers are experiencing so that they can get better. It's not about saying, you do this better, do this better. It's about making the experience for the customer better. And that's really what we try to do in working with our retailers and in parts service and in sales. And it's about creating that value, right? If we do this well, we're creating a value that the customer, as Liza really said, we're not always going to have the best products, right? We're not always going to have the best of everything. But if we can be the best at service, and if we can be the best relationship with our customers that we can possibly build, they'll overlook that stuff because they don't get it anywhere else. And that's what we're trying to provide.
I'll tell you something that Tom is frustrated about, because we heard it loud and clear at the retailer meeting. He was very frustrated with any retailers selling over MSRP, and only because he cares, and we all care so much about customer retention, which is what started this conversation, right? Yes. We want to make sure that we are thinking long-term and not in the moment. So I'm going to say it for you, Tom. Tom was frustrated with retailers who made decisions to make the money for the moment and not think about the long-term relationship. I'll leave it at that.
Well, it is too. It's about what, in business and in life, what do we want to be remembered for, right? And what we want to be remembered for is not just, and I've said this at our national business conferences, it's not just for being a good business person, but we also want to be remembered for being good people that are in business. And there's a big difference between the two. And what we're trying to do is to merge that gap. We want good business people and good people. Thanks, Liza.
I've used that quote since that retailer meeting several times with our team. It was one of my biggest takeaways. And Adam, I know that you know this as well. I think this isn't necessarily a frustration, but I think Subaru is also strongly encouraging a lot of us to look at the capacity in our fixed operations departments. We did the Fox program many years ago. We all expanded, but now we need to look to probably another expansion. And one of the things that I really will applaud Subaru for, and some of our other partners too, but not all of them, I think as we start talking a little bit more about EVs, I think Subaru has taken a really good approach in making sure to help us make smart decisions on investments for the future around EV infrastructure, and not having a knee-jerk reaction and asking for huge investments of infrastructure that potentially could be obsolete in 3 years. Yeah. And so I want to thank Tom and the other OEMs who are being partners with us to make sure we're making good decisions on how we look at our fixed operations through the lens of what EVs are going to be doing for us in the future.
So I'm going to take this a little bit different direction, but I agree with you on the EVs. In the frustrations, I'm talking about the frustrations of our people, and we'll talk a little bit about equity, right? So the longer somebody's with you as a customer or as an associate, the more equity you have. So for instance, when there's a back order on parts, if somebody's been with you and they know you're going to take care of them as soon as it comes in, it's fine. But if it's their first Subaru, you have to be a lot more cognizant of that, because it's the first experience that they're having that requires for them a do this or break. So the reason may be the same, but the way that you communicate with that person might be different, and the urgency might be different. And in November, as we're doing this in November, we do our planning for next year. So we just finished our plans, and it includes both infrastructure and sales volume and how that affects all of the other departments, et cetera. So for 2023, we're forecasting a 20% or back to normal sales volume on new, 15% increase on used, a 15% growth in parts and service, both. And increased pricing in parts and service, and a reduction in margin in sales. That's just what it is, right? So I say that, and our service and parts managers say, where am I going to put the people? And then I have to show them what the owner sees as what our facilities look like. So our facilities look like 168 hours a week for a bay. That's the potential if you have an inefficient person operating in that bay, because there's 168 hours in the week. That's all we get. Parts manager says, I need a place to store more parts. And I said, well, maybe you just need to organize a little better. And we pointed out, rather than doing construction, there were things that we could do that the associates would help us do to become more efficient, more effective with the resources that we already have. So imagine saying, I can increase my business by 15% without significant additional resources other than training and retaining your associates that you have in sales, service, and parts. That comes from equity, because the people have been there long enough to realize that we can do better, even though we might be getting awards for being the best.
That's terrific.
Love it. You both just mentioned EVs. I want to talk about that for a little bit. We're hearing there's going to be significantly less maintenance coming up for EVs. And one of the trigger points, probably the biggest trigger point on the ICE vehicles, being the oil change. And there's also a new phrase we're hearing a lot about recently, the connected car, over-the-air up-to-dates. Tom, I'll start with you. How is Subaru preparing for that? I know some of that is already here. And how are you helping the retailers prepare as well?
Well, we're getting ready to launch our first EV, the Solterra. We're hoping we're going to be able to launch it in June, but unfortunately we had a recall that had to be rectified first before we could effectively launch it. But I don't know yet exactly, if there's going to be, if anybody really knows that EVs are going to require less maintenance or not. But to your other point about connected car, we've had telematics in our cars really since the 2016 model year that came out in 2015. So we've got well over 2 million vehicles, 2.5 million vehicles that are out on the road that are equipped with a device that communicates back to us as to what types of problems these cars are experiencing. And every day we get these leads in from the vehicles, right? And we send those to our retailers. And one of the things is that, and it's a source of great profit, I think, for our retailers, is just answering and getting back to these customers that have a check engine light come on, because it gives our retailers the code. It kind of directs them as to what might be wrong with the vehicle. But we only have about a third of the calls that get answered at any given time. So in other words, these leads come in, but because of maybe capacity reasons, or customers are making arrangements through the online scheduler, a lot of these Starlink, we call them Starlink leads because that's the name of our system, go unanswered. And so one of the challenges that we're going to have is working with our retailers to try to figure out how we can better answer these leads as they come through, and make sure that we get back to these customers and get them serviced, because that in the long run, that's how we're going to be able to bring these customers back in. Because once cars get out of the warranty period, the drop off of customers coming back to our stores, it drops probably more for other manufacturers than it does for us. But we want these customers to come back, and that's where we're going to get this owner retention from the longer term ICE vehicles. They're going to be out there, and they're going to be out there for a long time, just to make sure that we get our share of those.
Liza and Adam.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Adam. I'll go after you.
So Liza and I both have a brand that has had EV for an extended period of time. We have real data, right? And I'm going to say the frequency of need is lower, but the loyalty is much higher. You can't take your EV to John, the guy you went to high school with, to do a repair or do anything. So it becomes incumbent upon us, when we're dealing with EVs, to let people know that there's anything associated with that car, we are there for them, whether it's through remote application or in present. And we will stop when they need tires so that it can be done the same day, right? So we're initially going to have a limited variety of EVs, so we should always have those tires, because somebody's going to get a flat in the first 1,000 miles, and you could lose them forever.
You're right.
If you don't have that tire in stock. So, as I told to our team this week when we're talking about EVs, okay, we have to be ready for the things that we're responsible for the day we sell the first one. That's a set of tires or more, which is not quite as easy. Possibility of replacing wheels, not quite as easy as we thought it would be because of supply chain interruptions and things like that. But so we just have to be aware that the loyalty should be through the roof, especially with Subaru. It has been with Nissan and with Prius. So Leaf and Prius have proven that. They don't intend to go anyplace else. It's just their frequency is going to be a little bit less.
And I think it's a different type of work. Certainly on the newer EVs, we are seeing some more warranty work than maybe we would have on newer vehicles that were ICE vehicles, just because it's a lot of new technology. So I think the first 10 years of significant EVs in our shops, the type of work is going to look different than it used to, but it's still going to be there. I think it's an exciting time for us to be recruiting technicians who are seeing this new product and a different type of job than maybe 2 generations ago when someone was looking to come into the technical part of our industry. So that part's exciting. I think going back to the connected car that you asked about, and you talked about kind of over-the-air updates and how does that affect retailers and OEMs. None of us actually, at least on this call, all of us would be in full agreement that we have to do what is best for the customer. And if an over-the-air update is going to make their car safer and more reliable and keep them on the road, then we don't want to do anything that would stop that from happening. At the same time, I think there's going to be a lot of things that could be purchased over the air or online that are maybe, whether it's added performance, whether it's added features on their car, things that they could buy after the sale. And I think that's where there needs to be a more collaborative conversation between the OEMs and the retailers on how we can make that work for everybody and create a win across the board. Good for the customer and good for all of us. But the safety and reliability, it has to, in all of our decisions, the customer has to be forefront. And so the connected car is going to allow us to give a better experience to the customer. And we're just going to have to continue to have an open dialogue between us to make sure that it is a win for everybody.
Love it. And that goes back to the what happens in the future, right? So in the future, cars, some of them will drive themselves, but let's assume that somebody's going to use their car for commercial purposes, which that's happening a lot now between Uber, Lyft, and other things. Do you have people that are willing to work on cars at 8 o'clock at night, 8 till 4 in the morning, right? So if the car is the asset and how they make a living, right, it's already happening with trucks. So diesel mechanics are doing a lot of work overnight. And since this is fixed ops, I will point out something that I always do. The most important thing that you do for your technicians is to leave them alone and let them do their work. Stop interrupting them, because we found the efficiency of people that work from 8 o'clock at night till 4 in the morning can be 30 to 40% higher than anybody that works during the day. So stop interrupting them in the middle of a job.
Great conversation on the fixed ops side, everybody. Manufacturers right now are more involved than ever, it seems, on the fixed ops side, after sales. And that includes instruction, guidelines, conferences. Tom, what role is Subaru playing outside of, let's say, the traditional technician training?
Well, every year we have our National Business Conference, but unfortunately in that conference, we're talking about a lot of things. We're talking about product, we're talking about sales, marketing activities, as well as after sales and service. So this year, what we're trying to do is we're going to be implementing our first ever after sales business conference. We're going to have it in Las Vegas beginning in April, early April. And we're hopeful that we get a great turnout from our retailer body. And I know you're going to help us with some retailer panels and some other discussions that you're going to help us lead with. And so we're really excited about having that, because it's going to help us to continue to build our brand in after sales. It's kind of like one of the things Adam was just talking about. In the future, it will not be the car. The customer experience will be the star, right? I wrote a song about this. Subaru's logo is the star. And so we got to get our retailers ready to represent our cars the right way. And that's why this after sales conference is so vitally important for us. And we're really excited about having it. We're looking forward to a great turnout.
It sounds exciting, and I've got a glimpse of what some of the topics may be that are coming. And I have to tell you, Tom, very, very timely. And I know the industry is ready for it, and your Subaru retailers will embrace it as well.
Yeah, we really should have started this a number of years ago, but better late than never, right?
Tom, I said the same thing about the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I wish I had started 8 years ago, but it's amazing about all the ideas that have come to fruition and the sharing of best practices and ideas and how we all learn from each other. So my compliments to you on doing that. Talk to us a little bit. We learned last year that you received personal letters from Subaru owners, and that you, Tom Dahl, recognize not only those owners, but the associates at the retail level, and highlighting that experience they provide. I've seen some of the handwritten letters. Some have been posted online, along with a star pin that you send. Tell us a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Well, I think it's important. Our brand, it's about love. It's what makes Subaru. And we have this fundamental philosophy or principle called our love promise. And it's a love promise we want to deliver, not just to our customers, but also to each other. So I think it's important for us at the manufacturer level, when we get a good letter from a customer, to recognize the people that actually made that happen on the front line. And what I do is, as you point out, I write a little card, and in the card I put one of these little Be Starful pins, that I'm holding up here. And a person gets that, and hopefully they'll wear it in the store so that others within the store and customers will see it. And then if they see it, they'll, oh, what's that all about? And it's all about making sure that we're starful. We call it being starful, being mindful, being present in the moment for every customer that comes through the door. It's like what Liza and Adam were talking about earlier. It's about making sure that these customers have a great experience with us, that they're going to come back. And we call it creating a love promise moment. So it's about creating a love promise moment for the people at the stores. And I'll tell you, there's only been about 81 of these that have been issued. And at Liza's store, one of the people, a lady by the name of Mandy Housley, has received 3 of these. So she's received the most of anybody so far. And I love it when I get them from, and I could probably send more to Mandy because she's so terrific in how she handles the customers. But what's also interesting is I'm starting to see these now when I go to auto shows or I go to national business conferences, people wearing them. So it's kind of fun to see people really taking it to heart and to say, yeah, I want to be starful. I want to really help our customers. Yes, thank you for that.
Well, I think it goes back to what we said earlier. Tom and the whole Subaru team engages our associates at a really high level around the brand. And they do wear those pins with pride. The moment that recently 2 of our associates at our Richmond store received pins from Tom and a handwritten note. And I mean, that was the most important moment of not only their day, probably of their month. And it also shows them that, yes, Subaru cares how many cars we sell and how many customers coming through service. But the thing that Tom recognizes the most is how we take care of our customers and the relationships that we're building. And people focus on what we recognize, right? And so our team knows that that's the way to get Tom's attention. And that they know that's what's most important to him and to Subaru as a brand. So we love how you recognize our team, Tom. It really goes a long way.
Yeah, thanks, Liza. We at our national business conference this year, Ted, we added another feature to our Love Promise night, which is typically the first night of our event, where we honor the Love Promise Retailer of the Year. But we took 6 people from our retailer organization and honored them as our Subaru Shining Stars, and bought them, paid their cost to come to the meeting. They were actually my guests, and brought them up on stage for them to be recognized. And then afterwards, we did a little plaque and sent the plaque out to them as a remembrance. And we hope over time this gets out, and there's almost like a competition for this. I can't wait 10 years from now, 15 years from now, like Mandy, for example, getting another one. She's going to be recognized because she's so good. This Mandy Housley is terrific, Liza. You've got a gem there for sure. She's a star.
She's graduating from the NADA Dealer Academy next Friday.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes, we can't wait to celebrate her. So we're continuing to pour into her. But she won't leave the Subaru store. So that's her next step, will be to be a general manager of the Subaru dealership.
Yeah, please. I'll look for her announcement in the automotive news.
Yes, it'll be there, I think, next week, or I don't know when the next class is.
And Liza, how great somebody to come up from fixed ops to be a general manager, a future general manager, a woman to be future general manager at a Subaru dealership, so at a retailer. Yes. So strong, powerful. Adam?
I wanted to talk about, the beauty of working with a good, strong OEM. And I know there's a lot of OEMs that pay attention to Fixed Ops Roundtable. So I want to point this out. We want to have the same associates in the store, whether it's at a promoted position or not, that the customer can build a relationship with and not have that turnover. I'm going to tell you, having been part of an OEM before and now being the other side of this for almost 20 years, the revolving door of our fixed ops representatives in other brands is insane. With one of the other brands I've had 4 fixed ops DMs in 35 months. That's crazy, right? So we can build people who stay in positions or who assist us at the dealer level from the OEM can assist you greatly if you're building on something, but if you're continually going back and starting from scratch and you know that they're not going to be there a long time, then our people have a tough time engaging them. That being said, the world has changed. And people do want promotions and they do want to be recognized. But we also found that the associates now also want some choices. And as we discussed in the last Fixed Ops Roundtable, we now have people who are in our stores on 5-day work weeks, 4-day work weeks, and even 3-day full-time with benefits work weeks, where they're job sharing that real estate that we call a bay or we call an office, to where they're both getting full-time and working 3 days, and it's working well together. But I didn't want this to go away without pointing out that Subaru has done a great job, at least in our area, of maintaining that field contact so that it's something that we can continually build from rather than going back to scratch. We have trained DMs. We just want to be able to pick the flowers when they're ready to produce a massive amount for us.
Great point. Finally today, all three of you have mentioned the Subaru Love Promise and the amazing support that all of you and retailers provide. Tom, there's also that Subaru Loves to Care. Subaru of America is the largest automotive supporter of the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Dr. Lou was here earlier today, explained to us their new Dare to Dream children's project, which we're supporting this week at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Tom, talk to us today a little bit about your partnership with LLS and how that has come about.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Ted. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Subaru of America, and I should add our retailers too. We are the largest corporate donor to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, LLS. We're in our 7th year of partnership with LLS. It started in 2016. And through the Subaru Loves to Care event that we do every year in June, over the years, we and our retailers have donated over, I think it's like 230,000 blankets, 31,000 or more arts and crafts kits, thousands and thousands of letters and messages of hope to cancer patients who are in the hospitals, as well as money. And what's rewarding about LLS and what they do is not only do they fund blood cancers, but they're also funding other types of cancers. And in fact, I think Dr. Lou could probably tell you this better than I could. Over the last 20 years or so, they've had a funding and have funded almost every major cancer treatment drug that's been approved by the federal FDA department over the years. It's remarkable the amount of progress that they're making and are funding, not just in blood cancers, but in all cancers. And the Dare to Dream event that Dr. Lou is talking about is really important because each child is different in terms of the protocols that are required, because everybody's body chemistry and blood types and so forth is a little bit different. Their DNA is just a little bit different. And so what this is about, it's making sure that children in particular get the individual treatments that they need and deserve. And I know you're a big supporter of LLS, and Subaru of America is proud we're going to donate, Ted, $2,500 in your name to LLS as a result of your commitment to LLS. So thank you for doing that and making cancer awareness important and helping to solve cancer.
Super. It's near and dear to my heart as well. I have CLL leukemia, which, of course, as you know, there are many types of leukemia. I have one that I've had for many years now. So, but thank you on behalf of the Fixed Ops community, Tom, for all you do. That Dare to Dream project is special, and we'll learn all about it here this week. And there's a QR code, everybody, on the screen, along with a website. It says fixedopscares.org. Where anybody watching today can make a donation right now to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society for that Dare to Dream project, and to help us raise a lot of funds for Dare to Dream from LLS. So, Tom, thank you very much on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
My pleasure.
Ted, I was sharing with you all earlier that pediatric cancer has been a big focus for us as a company. And just yesterday, we were donating over $33,000 to families in Central Virginia who are currently battling pediatric cancer. And we've learned that transportation is actually one of the biggest challenges for families who are having to transport kids back and forth to appointments. And to be able to understand that that's something that we can all be helpful with, that's what we do every day, I know was pretty impactful to our teams. But I'm sure that Adam, and he and I haven't talked about this, but we also would want to make sure that we are working with Tom and this panel to be able to support the efforts of Fixed Ops Roundtable. Adam, what do you think if we each put in $1,250, so it's another $2,500, we got $5,000 from the three of us? Sound good?
It's perfect for me. We have an opportunity to realize what happens in people's families, not only to the patient, but we all know that the last thing you want to hear is that your child has cancer, and how it affects families. And we also work with a regional charity that helps the families along the way, because it certainly it's not only an illness, it's a destruction of family and an interruption to people's work lives. And unfortunately, many children, the nearest great place to get treated is not within 10 minutes of their home, right? So
Right.
They end up having to drive great distances, spend the night in hotels, miss work, etc. So we will continue to pour in, and yeah, I think we might even do a little bit more.
Awesome.
Liza and Adam, thank you. And Tom, thank you so much.
It was great being with all of you today.
Absolutely. Always fun.
And by the way, I want to wish all of you and your families a very happy Thanksgiving, and thanks for all that you do for automotive retail and the fixed ops community.
Thank you,
Happy
guys.
Thanksgiving to you,
My life.
and your family.
Everybody, Tom Dahl, Liza Borches, and Adam Arens here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Kids, they're just different than us. They have no inhibitions, consider silverware optional, and are way more flexible. And when kids get really sick, they're different than us too. That's why over 3 years ago, we dared to dream bigger when it comes to treating young people. Rethinking existing approaches that were causing devastating short-term complications and lifelong side effects. We created a children's initiative with the goal of transforming treatment and care through advocacy, education, and the largest global clinical trial for kids with blood cancer. It's a giant leap for little patients. For the first time, a specific treatment can be matched to a specific type of cancer in a specific child. We want to inspire more and more people to aim higher and think differently about children's blood cancer. So starting now, the Children's Initiative will be known as the Dare to Dream Project, expanding our efforts beyond families directly impacted by blood cancer to tell a much bigger story to a much broader audience. A simple message that kids are different, and finally, their cancer treatment will be too. It's a global effort that invites others to dare to dream with us as we work to raise $175 million. What started as an idea is becoming a movement, proven that amazing things happen if we just dare to dream. The Dare to Dream Project from the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, transforming treatment and care for kids with blood cancer.
Companies across diverse industries conduct a lot of vehicle moves every day. But are you tracking the efficiency and cost of these moves? The level of time and planning, or lack thereof, going into them? Many businesses actually fail to track vehicle movement costs, and that leads them to encouraging, whether they know it or not, wasteful uses of time and money. This is where Draver comes in. We move vehicles daily, at any scale, from local to international, empowered by our AI logistics platform. When it comes to vehicle movement, Draver takes all the heavy lifting off your staff. Your employees are tasked with moving vehicles, people, and packages every day. Draver's simple web interface makes it easy for your people to track and control the chaos. Then, our drivers get minute-by-minute instructions via the app, making sure everyone is on the same page. The Draver platform matches pickup and delivery tasks with drivers and then coordinates drivers to trips. It adds efficient logistics to your operation. Our platform constantly optimizes routes, termination points to origination points, and rideshare versus chase decisions. In practice, it eliminates the need for a chase vehicle over 40% of the time, saving your business time and money. To keep your operation consistently staffed, Draver can predict workforce shortages against daily demand and find insured, vetted drivers ASAP. Best of all, Draver is flexible with your infrastructure. It seamlessly integrates with your software and processes, so you don't have to change a thing. You can use the platform to optimize your existing operations. You can take advantage of Draver's network of drivers, or you can use a combination of both. We make it easy for any business to move vehicles. Whether it's one truck, hundreds of cars, or 1,000 semis, our online platform does it all for you. Sign up today, and we will waive all setup fees, and we'll credit your account with $200 for free moves.
How ready is your dealership for the FTC's Safeguards Rule deadline? Please welcome our expert panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. This panel is about FTC safeguards and you, a readiness check. And I would like to introduce our distinguished panel. They are Brad Holton, who's the CEO and founder of Proton Dealership IT, Ed Roberts, the COO of Bozard Ford Lincoln, Nikhil Kalani, who's the Vice President and Chief Information Security Officer at the Reynolds and Reynolds Company, and Todd Skelton, who is the CEO at Ascendance Trucks. Gentlemen, thank you for being here. Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. This is a very timely conversation. And Nikhil, I will come to you because before we jump into the questions for the panel, I think for our audience and for some perspective, if you would please maybe help define what safeguards means in terms of our conversation today.
Sure. The FTC Safeguards Rule is a rule that was updated by the FTC last year, December of last year, going into full effect this year on December 9th. And the essence of this rule is to protect consumer information. That's the whole point of the rule. So the FTC, more so than ever before, has been prescriptive with what they want financial institutions to do. And in this particular iteration of the rule, dealers are explicitly called out as financial institutions. So it applies to car dealers. They've described a program that must be followed. It has several key elements, but the big pictures of it are you start with designating a qualified individual, somebody in your dealership who will help administer this program and report on the program's success to senior people at the dealership, for example, a board of directors or other senior officers. The program must contain several different elements to it. Some of them are inside the dealership, such as training your people. Some of them are about your vendors, making sure that your vendors have equivalent security programs as well. And also your technology, right? Ensuring that the data is well protected, identifying the data, making sure that wherever it is, has the correct technical and administrative safeguards around it. There's several elements into it. I won't go through all of them here, but it's a pretty detailed regulation. Still, with all that detail, we shouldn't lose sight of the key point. It's about securing consumer information. So take care of security. There's some paperwork, some steps to be done. Don't get too lost in the paperwork. Keep your eye on the prize, which is consumer data, and that's how we get through this rule.
Nikhil, you highlighted some of those critical aspects and requirements of safeguard. Just again, run through those one more time for us so that our dealers are aware of the most critical requirements that need to be focused on between now and early December.
So the most important is having a strong security program, right? IT is the foundation. On that, you can layer on real technical security. If that's done well, the rest of this becomes a whole lot easier because that takes care of the key point of the entire regulation. But in terms of the paperwork aspects beyond the technology, the whole program must be risk-based. So there's a risk assessment that the dealer must conduct. Based on the findings from the risk assessment, they've got to make decisions about their program. Where are they weak? Where do they need to invest additionally? So that's a key piece. they must have a written information security policy. A lot of people are still protecting dealers in a, I'd say informal manner, but in this regulation, you're required to take that to a formal way. Your program must be written out. Should you have an incident, you must have an incident response plan written out, planned out ahead of time, key names of people there as to whose role is what, how will you respond. You can't leave it to, we'll figure it out during an incident. In addition, the other key piece is about employee training. Everybody in the dealership must understand that if they're touching consumer data, they are a target. They can be attacked by phishing campaigns, for example. Teaching the staff to build a security-aware culture is very important. And on the data side itself, knowing where your data is, and knowing your assets, knowing your products that you're working with, and ensuring those areas are technically secure. That's the big picture of this regulation. All of this must be wrapped up in reporting at least annually to your seniors.
There are a lot of proactive requirements. Brad Holton, you work with dealers all across the nation, and you see what's happening out there, and you probably saw it a lot earlier than most. That deadline is quickly approaching. What are you hearing about dealerships and their readiness for this?
We're hearing a lot of dealers call us saying, what is this FTC thing? That's what we're hearing, to be perfectly honest. We're doing, events, and people come up constantly and say, okay, so I read about this. I know it's something I got to do, but I'm not real sure exactly where to start. So where does it begin? And, we kind of sit down with them and say, okay, let's figure out where are you right now? Because there's, as Nikhil was saying, there's certain levels of getting compliant, and you've really got to start with a foundation of solid IT, right? If you've got infrastructure that is solid, that is running the basic system, you've got a firewall that's got reporting and content filtering and malware protection, you've got endpoint detection on all your PCs, you've got some monitoring going on 24/7 of all your equipment. Well, you've already done a lot of the stuff that is kind of the foundation to get there. Now, if you haven't done any of this, if you're running a 10 dealer group like a buy here, pay here, well, then yeah, you've got a pretty big lift to get where you need to be compliant. So it really comes down to, if you've been practicing proper cybersecurity, and this has been just overall, you've been aware of ransomware and, breaches and all of those sort of things. And you're going to 20 grips and you're hearing about all that stuff, and you've been doing it for 2 years and you're really focused on that. It's not that big of a lift to get to, to be compliant. It's just formally documenting it, doing some vendor assessments and kind of buttoning it up in a nice, annual report. It's really not that far to go. But like I said, if you're running it like a buy here, pay here, and you've got a bunch of home equipment plugged together, and you've got Bob's computer down the street is the one that's handling your IT and cybersecurity, or even worse, you've got the parts manager's brother who happens to be on the payroll 10 hours a month, then you've got a pretty big ways to go to get there. So we're seeing it all over the place. Some people are really proactive and they were already secure, so they just kind of added onto it, and then others are just walking in with their hands up saying, I have no idea what to do. Where do I start?
Brad, we've got two great dealers, and I want to get their perspective on what they're hearing from their peers. But before I do, let me come back, Brad, to something that Nikhil mentioned, was that written element, the fact that this needs to be documented, as you just said. That is a key feature and a key requirement of what's coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one thing to say, okay, we've got all the pieces, but really what the FTC is looking for is to kind of give you a framework and an impetus to become cyber secure. And it's really what the intent of the entire thing was. Let's protect consumer data, but these things run exactly parallel. If you're preventing breaches, you're preventing ransomware, you're preventing having your dealership shut down for a week due to a ransomware event, then you're also complying with probably 80% of the requirements of the FTC. So then it's just formalize the reporting process, do your vendor assessments, kind of put it up into a nice little bundle, and there you go. And then every year you go back and audit and make sure that everything's working well. You've updated everything, and your security teams are staying on top of stuff. So it really kind of all ties together.
I'll add a little bit more to that, please, Ted. So, the paperwork side of it, what that's enforcing is that you have a plan, you're managing this in a professional manner, right? So putting together that plan is not terribly challenging if you've got good vendors to help you with it. If you're starting from scratch, it's hard. But with good templates, with some guidance, it's fairly easy to put together the plan. But never losing sight of the fact that it all depends on a foundation of real technical security. Paperwork will not protect you, right, against the hackers, right? So that against the hackers, if they're playing offense, you've got to have a strong defense. That's the real sport, right? The paperwork is the rule book, and the focus shouldn't shift to just what are the rules. And you can know the rules, but still get yourself in trouble on the sports field. You've got to have the right plays, right? And that's the real sport here, is having the right technical defense against the hackers.
Ed Roberts, here we are in mid-November at a Fixed Ops Roundtable, and we're talking about safeguards. You are very well respected in the Fixed Ops community. You came up through Fixed Ops. You're now the COO of one of the largest dealers in the United States, probably the biggest shop on the East Coast with what you're running there. Ed, what are you hearing from your peers? Because I know they reach out to you all the time.
Well, there's certainly a lot of noise in the industry, and quite frankly, this may not be the popular answer, but I embrace it, and I'm looking forward to this coming into play, because what it's truly saying is we need to protect our customers' information. But not only our customers' information, we're also protecting our own information that we expose ourselves by not having good practices in place. So it really cleans us all up if we to abide by this, and maybe the deadline gets pushed out. We're talking early December right now. Maybe it gets pushed out, but I'm hoping that it doesn't, because we need to hold a tight line on this to make sure that we all stay compliant and take care of our consumers and quit resisting the deal. We've kind of pushed it off a bit to say, okay, I'll take care of it. It's not until December. It's not until December. Well, now it's upon us. And if you're not there, you're not going to be there, but it's never too late to get started.
Todd Skelton, you're very well respected within the industry. You know firsthand, as do we, on the importance on all this. What are you hearing from your peers out there on Safeguard?
So, I mean, I think, Ted, what's going on is the private groups, the smaller individual dealership groups and the individual dealers themselves are probably the ones most at risk. The big public companies have clearly got some sort of plan that they're working on and are probably, just like anything else that's of this magnitude, ahead of it. But, I'll go with what Ed said. Put yourself in the consumer's shoes for a second. We don't like regulation. We know that. But this is kind of common sense, right? And, we had a huge breach at Prime Automotive in 2020 during COVID. And I learned an awful lot about cybersecurity. And what I would tell you, if there's one thing, whether you're a single group of a couple of stores, a single dealer, or somebody that's got more than a few, it's best, in my opinion, to hire somebody else, hire a Brad, to come in and take care of it for you, an MSP, because there's very little scale that you can have that's going to be large enough to support a real IT department. Because I learned that what these folks want to do when you hire them is they want to build something. And quite frankly, in the auto space, we're not building anything. We're maintaining, we're taking care of our customers, we're protecting our customers and our associates. And we don't need somebody who's going to come and create a plethora of different things in the IT space. We need safe and secure environments.
Great points, Todd. From what you are aware of, Nikhil, what do you see as the most time-consuming parts that's going to involve dealerships that we may not be anticipating right now, from your perspective?
So the foundation of IT and security, if that's not in place, that's the most time-consuming part of all. I mean, having a significant change in security posture, upgrading your network, upgrading your PCs if needed, it's not an overnight process for sure. There's some spend there, money-wise and time-wise. If that's in place, the rest of the regulation can be handled in a fairly timely manner. I'd say of the paperwork sides of it, the third-party risk side is the most complex. So one has to work with your partners, with your vendors, to evaluate their security. And, so now vendors are going to be receiving questionnaires by the hundreds or the thousands, and they have to be able to respond to that. In some cases, I've seen questionnaires that are 500 questions long because people think that's the right way to evaluate somebody. That makes no sense really, because you're asking the vendor to go answer that, but you've also got to then go read that and make decisions based on that. I think having a right balance of how do you evaluate somebody's security posture is needed. But vendors have to respond to those in a fairly timely manner. You might have a bunch of vendors, 50, 60, 80 vendors, and evaluating all of those and making good business decisions, I think is fairly time consuming, but a critical part. If they have your data, they must be evaluated for security.
Wow. Todd, I can imagine in a multi-dealer group, let alone one dealership, how many vendors, Todd, could possibly be involved with that? And that does sound like it's going to be a heavy lift for some.
Yeah, and I think the key there is we're not typically built with the infrastructure to go and manage all this stuff, right? That's the most difficult part of it. Unless you're a large public company, which again is not the majority of the folks that we're talking to today, because they represent a very small piece of the entire 18,000 plus dealerships. You really have to, I think, be smart in figuring out who's going to help manage this process. And that's that key component that's actually a requirement, right? Is that you have somebody that's going to oversee it. And it can't just be, in my opinion, it can't just be someone who has it as a third or fourth job, because if that happens, you're going to crater, right? So my recommendation would be pay somebody who's competent to actually do the job, and then they can manage the vendors and such. But it's a big job to do for sure.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of, controllers are the ones that are assigned the task, right? And it's like, okay, here you go, here's something else for you to do. And, it's just the vendor piece alone. So we're building a database of, almost every vendor in the automotive world and reaching out to them proactively for our clients. And the response rate, from vendors typically is probably 10%, 12% from what we've seen so far in response to safeguards. So it's, it's not good. So that piece alone is quite a bit of time consuming, just keeping track of that and following up on it on a regular basis. But as Nikhil said earlier, also, one of the requirements is that you have security information event management, which is a 24/7 monitoring system that, monitors your firewall and servers and, logs, looks for suspicious activity, monitors your endpoint detection or your managed detection. And if a dealer already has all the pieces that need to be monitored, well, okay, that's not that big a deal. But once again, if you don't even have a decent firewall, you don't even have, any kind of endpoint security or managed security platform for any of your endpoint devices, servers, tablets, anything, then you're going to have some time on your hands, and it's going to be a rush to get anything in place in this short period of time. It's almost like trying to buy a circuit board or a car, right now.
Ed, go ahead, Nick. Go.
I'll add on to something that Todd said here, which is about doing this internally versus bringing an outsourcing partner to solve this problem. In my opinion, for almost any business, trying to tackle security solely internally is a losing proposition. Okay, sure. Because first, finding the people that you need, the salaries are not cheap in this particular industry. Knowledge is not that common, so you've got to have really good people. Having enough of them to manage this 24/7, and then having enough visibility. So in order to train a person of this caliber, you've got to show them a variety of different kinds of attacks. They've got to have exposure to the big industry, right? Variety of attacks, volume of attacks. That develops the skills and the reflex actions needed to take the fight back to the attackers, right? If you're managing a single business internally, you simply won't have that variety and volume to have the skills necessary to react when the time comes. So the people who are doing this all day, 24 hours a day, that kind of thing, is an outsourced partner can bring that to the table. I just don't see most businesses being able to sustain that level of knowledge internally.
Brad, to Todd's point earlier, you do this at Proton Dealership IT. This is what you do. You are in this space, and I know you work and have helped a lot of dealerships, and I believe you work with Todd as well. Brad, kind of take us through it from your perspective, how you would help dealerships, what you undertake, and what does that process look like?
Sure. So, first thing we're going to do is look at kind of analysis of where they are. We're going to sit down and have a conversation and say, okay, show us what we got. Let's start with just a hardware layer. Let's work through that. Let's look at your business processes. Do you have any kind of security awareness training in place for your employees right now? Do you have any, actual security plans written out? Do you have any response plans written out? You just, start from scratch. And then we just go through a step at a time. And, as Nikhil has mentioned before, getting the IT infrastructure in place is absolutely the core of having any kind of compliance or cybersecurity program. If we don't have the basic infrastructure that we can work with, then we're not going to accomplish anything. So we've got to make sure we got the hardware right. We've got to have a good solid enterprise firewall that we can use to filter out things and stop malware. We've got to have good email filtering. We've got to have endpoint protection. So if something does get through, we're not going anywhere with it. We've got to have good backup systems in place, lots of backups. We've got to have, some of the requirements are encrypting data and multi-factor authentication for access to data. Well, if we don't have the systems that can do that, then we're pretty much just out of luck. We can't encrypt and we can't turn on multi-factor. So, working through each piece of that, kind of going through, the hardware and the processes, and then working through, getting up to those higher level of being able to report on things and doing the assessments and vulnerability scans, penetration testing, things like that. Are kind of, towards the end there to see where we are and kind of benchmark things. So it's a very complicated process that, takes a good bit of time. And you should be doing it even if the FTC never came out, with the new safeguards. It's still something everybody should go to, just because as Todd experienced, you don't want to be sitting there going, all right, nothing works. I can't do ROs. I can't sell a car. We can't close any deals. We can't order parts, warranty. We can't do trades. We can't do anything because the entire system is down. And oftentimes we do a ton of incident response where a dealer gets referred to us and they're middle of a ransomware breach. And it's anywhere from days to weeks before things get back to normal. We've got phone calls from some that were 2 weeks in and still we're not anywhere near close to returning to work. So it's an extremely painful process and can be an extremely embarrassing, public event as well. So doing all of these things that tie into the FTC, it's well worth it. Even if you're not, obviously not happy about having another federal mandate tell you what to do, it is what it is, and you'll be better in the end, just by going through that exercise.
Ed, the way that Nikhil and Brad and Todd are describing it, we're under attack, Ed, in our industry.
Absolutely. We're targets. And there's a lot of dealers listening to this, and they've read over the guidelines, and I think that I can handle it. And I'm going to touch on what Todd said. Hire a specialist to do it. It's what they do. This is not in our wheelhouse. The encryption that we're talking about and all those things, those aren't things that we do in the car business. So we got to look out, and the convenience is worth the charge, because then you can check the box that I'm in compliant. And not only can you be in compliant from a federal standpoint, but you're in compliant with your customers, and you can tell them that you protect their information and that you're there for them. It's just good insurance for all of us to have. Hire the skill set that works and that can make it happen and guide you down the right path.
Ed, you've got 350 employees there at Bozard and thousands of customers, thousands of repair orders going on, not to mention the sales side and the F&I side of the business. I can't imagine, ignoring this and putting it off to the side. We've got to address it right now, Ed.
So as you said, I have over 300 employees. I have 3 businesses. So I have another daycare that isn't counted in that. And then we have a restaurant that I have over 5,000 people a week showing up to. So that highlights the level of security that you need, because not all those people that come to the restaurant are the people that you want at your store and following through things. So your screens need to time out. Those things are imperative. The more people you have rolling through there, and we just talked about it from an employee standpoint and from a customer standpoint at the restaurant. Now you run 600 customers a day through your business. You got that many more opportunities of being at risk. So take the time, hire the right person, get yourself protected.
That's actually a really good point. Is it's amazing how many dealer principals own 1, 2, 3, 12 different other businesses, and it's pretty typical that we see them tied into the dealership management team in some way. We've got tons of dealers that the controller is also, doing the books for a leasing company, a property management company, insurance company, you name it, all sorts of side businesses. And a lot of times the dealers don't think about the fact that not just your dealer data, because it's always said, the consumer data is in the DMS or the CRM. There's nothing on my network. We're not keeping anything local. It's all just over there. But when you start looking at the side businesses and you start looking at how much data is coming in from random places that would normally not be in a dealership, you really, start to see a much bigger picture of exposure. Because when you tie all those businesses together, if something happens at one of them, it can happen at all of them.
Absolutely. What you guys see the behind the scenes stuff. We see what's in front of us and we think, okay, we're protected, but we don't know how it comes in from behind. And that's where you guys come in and really help us out and turn on the light bulbs for us.
One more piece of risk management in all of this is the cyber insurance policy. But without the right technical foundation and the policies and procedures and such, obtaining cyber insurance has now become extremely hard. Right? It's already more expensive than it ever was. The paperwork requirements are the biggest they've been. But without these steps, you simply won't qualify, or it'll be just crazy expensive to get it.
It's interesting, Nikhil, you said that, and I was going to go to that because we're just closing on our first 10 truck dealerships, and the diligence behind that with an amazing insurance broker, USI, the paperwork that has to be done in order to prove that you've done everything that you're supposed to do to get the cyber insurance is daunting, just to say the least. So if the FTC is not getting us with this, you're not getting cyber insurance at a reasonable rate, if at all, if you don't have this stuff done.
Yeah, so to that point, the Tokyo Marine, Corvus Beasley, almost all the policies have gone from, 2 years ago, it was a one-page document. Do you own a dealership? Do you make money? Sign here. Can you afford to pay us? All right, that was it. Now it's a 7-page document that's asking you, really, it's kind of very, very similar. When you lay it next to the FTC requirements, they almost match up on quite a few different points. The insurance company wants to know if you've got, 24/7 monitoring. Well, so does the FTC. Insurance wants to know if you've got encryption and backup. So does the FTC. A multi-factor authentication is required by any insurance company now. The FTC requires it as well. So when you start lining things up, security awareness training, both of them are required. It's actually very, very parallel. And if you're going to get insurance, which you'd be crazy not to have it, you've pretty much got to be FTC compliant anyway. So it really ties together and makes it, a 2-for-1 to get everything done right.
Nikhil, you're looking at this from a big perspective from the Reynolds and Reynolds company. You've got a lot of dealerships, and as we're hearing, those dealers have a lot of businesses involved with their retailing of vehicles. This has got to be on the forefront for our dealer body to be addressing and doing that right now. Absolutely.
The risks are tremendous, right? It is very easy to steal data if the right protections are not in place. It's not, there's a phrase in the industry that's used, and sometimes it seems overdone, but it is true. It's not if you get hacked, it's when, right? But with the protections in place, you can really reduce your risks down and take control of the situation. Without it, it's just asking for trouble.
Wow. Todd, you mentioned that we got to reach out to the professionals who do this day in and day out, and it's their first business. How important is that for dealers to do right now as part of this safeguard and, to be proactive, which is what we're hearing in all the conversations?
Well, I think it's the only way you're going to get there, right? And from a cost basis, it's a per user charge in most cases. So smaller groups going to pay a little bit less on a total basis, maybe a little bit more per user. But when you try to scale this and do it yourself, like we did at Prime with a $3.2 billion business. So it wasn't a small business. It was 56 dealerships. And we had 9 people running this organization in the IT department, and it was completely out of sorts. I mean, not even close to being anywhere near compliant, hence our breach. So, when you hire someone up front, as a matter of fact, I'll say this for Brad too. My private equity partner who is starting this fund where we're buying these dealerships also has another brand now. And when we came in, we said to him, Michael, I don't know what you're doing with these 43 truck dealerships, but you should call Brad. And within about, I don't know what, a day, Brad, maybe, we switched that over because they were very, very inefficient. So look, you need professional help. It's less money than you think. And oh my God, it's less money than a breach.
Well,
yeah, the other piece on that is a lot of times dealers focus, all the stuff that we're talking about from an FTC standpoint is mostly cybersecurity. You build that on a foundation of IT support and, the reporting and whatnot that goes with it. But IT and cyber are very, very different things. They're different skill sets. different requirements. Just because you have, somebody in your store that does IT doesn't mean you have anybody that does cyber or that does FTC compliance. There are levels of difference completely. So you just got to have to take a big picture approach to it.
All right, Brad, Proton Dealership IT does this. You do this for a lot of dealerships in all different sizes. How does our audience reach out to you at this time to learn more and take that next step?
You can visit our website. There's a talk to an expert button there. Call the number. We're happy to talk to anybody. And we provide a bunch of free advice. That's kind of been our biggest thing, and that's how we've grown. Because we're always open for free advice. We'll chat with anybody, talk about anything, and give you the right direction. If you wind up working with us, awesome. If you don't, we're still going to always give you good advice. It's just the right thing to do.
And Nikhil, I'll give you the last word.
In this particular situation, these breach victims, it's almost like they choose themselves. It's not that the hacker chooses you. The hacker sprays out a bunch of emails and is waiting to see who will click. The victim can choose themselves. Right? It's very important to have these pieces in place to control the situation, control your risks. It's the right thing to do, and it's good business.
Yeah, it's the right thing and it's good business. We'll leave it at that. At the bottom of the screen, everybody, is the Proton Dealership IT URL. You're welcome to visit that to learn more. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask if you don't mind to come back at our next event in January, and let's kind of take this up the next level, and let's learn how to defend our dealership from attacks and see what we need to be doing there. And we'll have a lot of this already taking place. So on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, I want to thank our panel today, Brad Holton, Ed Roberts, Nikhil Kalani, and Todd Skelton. Everybody, the panel here on safeguards at the Fixed Ops Roundtable Dare to Dream event. Thank you.
Thank you.
We encourage you to dare to dream by scanning the QR code on the screen or go to fixedopscares.org and make a donation to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Please welcome our afternoon keynote, ready to take the masquerade by storm, Kathleen Long from RepairPal.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Kathleen Long is the Chief Revenue Officer at RepairPal. RepairPal is a great friend of the Fixed Ops community, making incredible strides with the dealer community. And Kathleen, it is a great honor and privilege to welcome you back to the conference.
Thanks, Ted. I appreciate it. I'm happy to be here.
Hey, and thank you so much for your support of Dare to Dream and LLS. I love the mask. I love the video that you did on social media. So thank you so much. And, it means a whole lot, especially, this time of year. So.
Yes, absolutely. Well, the mask is for unmasking childhood cancer, which is important. And I really appreciate that you guys are supporting such a great cause, Ted. I think most families can say that they have been touched by, cancer in some way or another. We all know somebody or have been affected by it personally. So I think it's an amazing cause, and I'm happy to be part of it.
Great. Thank you so much. Well, Kathleen, RepairPal obviously has been a big part of the Fixed Ops Roundtable for some time. We've talked about a lot of things, and RepairPal knows all about the consumer because you're frequently quoted now throughout the event and throughout the media, the consumer and their needs.
Absolutely.
But Kathleen, I got to ask you today, how big of a role does attracting and retaining employees at the dealer level play in increasing those dealer profits?
I think it's crucial, Ted. So, everywhere you turn, you're hearing about the technician crisis, the service staff crisis. And look, it doesn't just affect automotive. There are a lot of industries that have been pretty hard hit, especially post-pandemic, in terms of thinking about how they want to attract and retain the best folks. And so, great dealers spend a ton of time thinking about customer experience, as they should, because we also have a retention problem on the customer side, that RepairPal obviously is trying to help dealers solve. But I think they're two different sides of the same coin. So when we solve our employee retention problem, guess what? We're going to start to solve our customer retention problem. And, we've got technicians and service drive employees leaving the profession. Many of them who, we work so hard to get them interested at the high school and college level. And half of them leave the industry in the first 2 years. That means we're not doing a great job of getting these young folks into dealerships, into service drives, and making them feel like this is a great career that's going to take them through their lives. And then there's a turnover of roughly 30% across the entire service staff every year. So look, a lot of room for improvement, Ted.
And what it shows me, Kathleen, is that RepairPal is genuinely interested in the success of the dealer, because that leads to a lot of things along the way. And, that's very refreshing to hear, Kathleen.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, me personally, in terms of my career and the way that I think about what my impact can be as a leader, is I want to make great workplaces for people. And if I can do that at RepairPal, certainly that's a goal. And that's something that I work very hard to do. But if I can also impact, the dealerships that we serve, the independent shops that we serve, the partners that I work with on a day-to-day basis that also, bring customers into our dealers and shops. If I can have any impact whatsoever on helping them attract and retain the best employees and create a great workspace, then now I'm having the sort of impact in the world that I always wanted to have when I was a little kid. And I thought, I'm going to change the world. This is my way to do it. We spend a ton of time at work, Ted. Everybody does. And so it has to be something you love, or you're wasting your time.
There's a lot of refreshing ideas, new ideas also circulating in the dealer community, a lot of best practices, dealers who are not afraid to try things to improve the culture. I've seen things lately that we had on the roundtable, Kathleen, like going to a 4-day store-wide work week. And, that brings me to your company, RepairPal. You were voted one of Inc. magazine's best workplaces. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What do you attribute that to, and what can dealerships do to help improve their workplace now that this is really on the radar?
Yeah, absolutely. So look, there's some good news here and some bad news. Good news is that we didn't do anything wild, right? So we don't have this employee benefits program or something like that that's going to be very hard to execute on. You hear about some of these technology companies offering, really wild and extravagant packages and things like that to their employees to try to retain them. Instead, what RepairPal did is something that actually sounds simple, but can be difficult in the execution, which is we focused on values. So, and it starts with why. I shared with you, in my last answer, a little bit about my why, making a difference for people, creating workplaces where, people are able to do their best work. That's a big part of my why. And so I encourage, service directors, GMs to think about, why are you in this business? And it can't be just about making money, because look, we could make money in any business that we do, right? We're smart people. We could figure it out. We're in this business for a reason. There's something that we love. There's something that we want to create, and we want to connect to that. And once we connect to the why, then it's a matter of working with our staff to come up with a shared set of values that then drive culture. So RepairPal is a mission-driven company. We're here to serve consumers and to make sure they know where the best auto repair facilities are, that they know that they're not going to be overcharged by the dealers that are on our platform. And as part of that, how we anchor ourselves in our work is with our values. So, for example, RepairPal is a force for good. So we encourage both inside and outside of work people to contribute to their communities and to the auto industry as a whole. We're collaborative, we're driven. We are sometimes disruptive. We've created a technology that's doing new things and that's thinking about and reimagining service in a different way. And that's creating price transparency in the service drive. So that's something that's very important as well. So, when you think about creating that list of values, I suggest, collaborating with your staff to figure out what that list of values is, and then translating that into a culture that makes sense. You mentioned the 4-day work week. If that's what the big concern is for your staff, then that makes a ton of sense, right? And the only way you're going to get to know that is really by, sitting down and participating with your staff members and talking to them and figuring out, hey, what's meaningful to these people? What is something that they could get behind? And then how do we take our values and translate those into our everyday behaviors, actions, the way that we treat each other, the way that we're, integrating ourselves into our community?
These values that you mentioned, I think you mentioned force for good and being authentic and a few others. The fact that you're actually taking the time to write that down and do that internally at RepairPal. And I know that you and your team are out and about. You're on the road. I've seen you, Art, Ryan, and your team, which is growing, interacting at dealerships. And the fact that you've got this internally in place, I think that speaks volumes, the fact that you have these values.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I'm a long-term employee at RepairPal. I will tell you, I've never spent 8 years at any company ever until now. And I've been there a little over 8 years. And what keeps me is that we are anchored in our mission and in our values, and we do live those. And we've tried to make them very meaningful in terms of making sure that performance reviews include a section on, how well everyone is living these values in the community, and that we hold each other accountable to it. We have productive discourse around, hey, does this exemplify this value? Authentic, you mentioned. Personally, to me, that's a value that means a lot. I spend virtually zero time worrying about being someone else at work at RepairPal. I just show up how I am, right? And with all of these costumes in my closet, and my larger than life personality, and I use that for the good of the RepairPal community and hopefully the automotive industry as a whole. And when everybody gets to do that and to be their full self at work, and communicate about what their needs are and things like that, I think it creates a really beautiful space where now you've got a different kind of workplace that people actually want to be a part of. And it goes beyond just collecting the paycheck on Friday afternoon, right? It's a place that you want to participate in, that you're proud to work, and that you're able to contribute to.
The conversation that you and I are having right now, I've had that with a number of dealers on the roundtable, both in person and here virtually online. I don't ever recall this type of conversation, Kathleen Long, with a company that's not a dealership but works with dealers. And again, that too is extremely refreshing and eye-opening.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, when you've got a mission at your center, then the values come naturally from that. And, what happens is, I kind of left profit in the dust a little while ago. We're talking about mission, values, all of that. But what actually happens is when you live these values, you create a success that then, I'm chief revenue officer. I have to worry about the money at the end of the day. That's my job. But what I find is when you do the right things and you work with other people who are doing the right things, the money comes. So the profit sort of takes care of itself when you've got this committed group of employees that are doing amazing things. And look, the dealers that we're working with, many of them have figured this out, Ted. So, and as part of figuring this out, then they've started to figure out the customer side too, because now they've got these employees that are wildly engaged, that are excited to serve the customer, that want to, make sure the customer does everything they need to on the vehicle. And, RepairPal is there with tools that help the employees to have those conversations, to stay engaged, to increase, in-lane sales, to increase ELR and all of that. And basically, at the end of the day, that also increases employee satisfaction, because part of it is not just saying you have these values, but really helping your employees to live those when they're working with customers, when they're working with each other. So.
Everyone, we're talking today to Kathleen Long. She is the Chief Revenue Officer at RepairPal. Kathleen, I've got to ask you, we've talked about what dealers can do inside their workplace, but let's talk a little bit about what dealers can do to participate in their communities. I've seen, and I won't mention any names, but there's a lot of folks we've had on this roundtable who are in their communities doing things. This event has a charitable nature to it as well, but they are involved with their communities, probably as dealers need to be and should be. Why is that an important part of attracting and retaining and keeping their employees?
It's critical. So a dealership is a hyper-local business. It is physical in nature. It exists inside of a community structure. And the more you participate in your local community, the better you understand your customer. The better you understand your customer, the more you understand your employee, because your employee is a member of this community, right? So it's this beautiful circle. But participating in the community is absolutely essential. And like you said, there's so many dealers out there that are doing great and amazing things and that are figuring out, hey, what is it that my community needs? What is my community concerned about? What are the causes that matter? What are people talking about? What does my community look like in terms of diversity and representation? How does my service staff then reflect, not just my community values, but what my community looks like and the people that are in my community? We did a panel on women together, Ted, right? For example, so most communities have a significant number of women in them. So do we have women in the service drive or in the bays working on cars, right? So really thinking about that, and the more you participate in that way, the more attractive you become both as an employer and as a place where customers want to come and bring their cars for service or buy their next car.
This conversation about, things such as dealership culture, I don't even remember these conversations 5-10 years ago, yet, it's such an important part. It's the foundational to being the dealer. So Kathleen, a dealer has a great set of values that their employees, their management lives by, and they participate in the community, and we can give countless examples. How can partnering with RepairPal help them create happier employees?
Partnering with RepairPal helps you to demonstrate what a great dealership you already are. So if you're doing the right things, then as a third-party validation service, basically we're saying, hey, we've reviewed this dealership. We know that they're charging fair prices. We know that they're being transparent. We know they're offering great customer service. Many of their previous customers have said so. And we're giving it that additional sort of seal of approval, if you will. And then we have a tool with our fair price estimator that allows for the conversations that employees are having with customers in the moment to kind of say, and, look, you don't have to take my word for it. Here's a fair price. It just makes that conversation go so much more smoothly. Part of really making sure that your employees are equipped to live your values is making sure they have the tools that backstop them so that those conversations are easy instead of hard. I mean, it's difficult to just say to someone you just met, hey, trust me, right? Okay, sure, right? But when you have something that allows you to prove it, where you don't have to, just rely on saying, hey, just do it. And you can say, look, I can prove it. I've got this third-party tool. That's very, very helpful. And what we found with some of the dealerships that, we're currently working with is that it actually does increase employee satisfaction. And depending on what metrics actually result in an employee getting a larger paycheck, sometimes it hits home in a different way as well for those employees, bringing it back to the revenue side. The dealership's making more money. Often the employees are making more money as well. And you've got that better customer retention. You've got more customers coming into the service drive. You've got them getting more recommendations fixed at the time that they're in the service drive because they understand that they're being charged fairly. And they don't have to go home with that kind of uneasy feeling like, I don't know if that was the right thing. Because you were able to solve that concern right in the service drive. And we know that concern exists. We have 4 million customers on our site every month. So we know these consumers are looking at prices. And many of them are looking at prices during or after the repair transaction. They just really want to be sure that the price that they got was fair. So addressing that up front and knowing that might be a concern in the customer's mind, even if they don't express it, is super important. And look, employees want to produce satisfied customers. It's what makes them happy. And, we, like you said, we weren't hearing about this years ago. It's probably because the expectations for customer service have risen. over the last 10 years. So I've been, in some form of customer service job for probably the last 25 years. I'm dating myself a little bit here. And what I've seen is that the customer expectations just continue to rise. When they do, the expectations of us as employers continue to rise as well, because we've got to equip our service staff to meet that increased need from the customer.
Expectations continue to rise. And I think there is, I'll call it an ROI, return on investment, when we have happier employees. What do you think?
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely, there is. And look, connecting back to your own personal why, I would much rather work around, people that are contributing, happy, excited to be at work, that are going to work with me, help me to find solutions for problems that we might encounter in the day-to-day workplace versus, people who are just punching a clock or collecting a paycheck. So ultimately, it affects quality of life for the GM and the service director as well.
So RepairPal, you're very proactive. You give the tools to dealers and their employees to help. And I've heard, these are not my words, these are people who've been on the roundtable, dealers saying that you've helped give their employees confidence, provide transparency for not just for the consumer, but for the employee as well, and help them create consistency as well. And I'm noticing, Kathleen, I think it's some of the best and better dealers who are now already on the RepairPal platform. Is it difficult to get on started with the RepairPal? How does that work?
I don't think it's difficult. There is a bit of a process. We are a certified network. So in order to have integrity around what we're doing, we do take dealers through a process. We try to make that as simple as we possibly can. We are collecting their customer experience scores. We are taking them through our estimator and methodology and making sure they understand what prices are going to be shown on our website so that they're comfortable with those and that they align with the pricing model that the dealer has. We're talking to the dealer about, dealers generally have good ongoing training programs for their employees. Of course, they're using high quality OEM parts, and they're doing a great job on the car and from a technical perspective. So we really are focused on that pricing and customer service component when it comes to how we're evaluating these dealers. But most dealers are pretty organized. So we find that once we start this conversation where this is resonating, it's a dealer that's got the Dare to Compare board. They want to prove to their community that they're fair priced. They're already participating in that community. They want to do more to demonstrate that to them. It goes very, very quickly in terms of collecting the information we need and moving that through the process. And then we're there every step of the way to help train the service employees so that they've got the script that they can use. They understand how to integrate the tool into their day-to-day work. We'll do the heavy lifting there, Ted.
Kathleen, I love it. I see, as I mentioned earlier, RepairPal everywhere. Everyone, if you're not yet certified with RepairPal, please consider it. It is, I think, a big part of what's coming in fixed operations. You want to have that extra transparency. And as you've mentioned before, Kathleen, there's a lot of places where people can validate things, but those are not all created equal, and some are far better than others.
Yes, that's right. And so we've had integrity around this process for many years now. So we've been certifying locations for over 10 years. And we've built up credibility in this space. We started obviously with independent repair shops, but for dealers to demonstrate that they are equally committed to fair price and transparency and be listed in, the same way is important. And obviously we also have built experiences on our site that are only appropriate for dealer, such as recalls and factory warranty and so forth. And so we really want to make sure that the consumer gets to the right repair facility for their specific needs. And we want to overcome that trust hurdle. Recalls is a great example of where the consumer trust hurdle exists. It's free. So why doesn't everybody who has a recall just take their car in and get it fixed? It doesn't cost them anything. So that's even where price isn't a concern. But there's still this trust factor of like, well, maybe they're going to find something else wrong with my car and I'm going to end up with a big bill anyway or whatever. And so, really, really helping consumers to overcome that. And importantly, and on the topic here, the service lane employee to overcome that so they can be successful in their day-to-day job is what we're focused on.
Kathleen Long, Chief Revenue Officer at RepairPal, thank you for helping create this fixed ops revolution, and I think great things ahead for us this year and into 23. So on behalf of the fixed ops community and Roundtable, Kathleen, thank you so much for everything that you do.
Thank you, Ted. I appreciate it.
Kathleen Long from RepairPal here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and happy Thanksgiving.
Yes, you too, Ted. Thank you so much. My favorite holiday.
Service customers are key to healthy dealer profits. However, keeping customers for service and repair presents a big challenge. Over 80% of car owners stop using dealers over the years after their warranty expires. And 3 of 4 go online to research pricing. The reason? People think dealers overcharge for service and repair. That is where RepairPal can help. Each month, millions of customers trust RepairPal to find high-quality auto repair at prices that are fair and transparent. And we're talking repairs, not oil changes. The average RepairPal customer spends over $600 each visit. By becoming a RepairPal certified dealer, you benefit from our industry-leading estimator that gives customers confidence your prices are fair, overcoming their main reason to stop servicing with you. The result? You grow your fixed ops business and attract new customers from RepairPal and our partners. Learn more about dealer certification at repairpal.com/dealers.
May we have this dance? Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Dare to Dream event.
Do you ever wonder if independent shops really cost less than a dealership? Look no further than the RepairPal panel up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Many dealerships today don't realize how many potential customers don't visit them because of the perception that the dealership is more expensive than a local shop. RepairPal is the leading provider of auto repair and maintenance information for consumers. Their studies show that 73% of consumers list price perception as the reason they stop servicing at a dealership, and they believe dealers overcharge and they can't get a good upfront cost estimate. Today, we're going to hear from some RepairPal certified dealers, a respected retail service coach, and an author who teaches service advisors, shop owners, and dealerships how to communicate with customers and technicians. So everyone, if you would, please welcome our panel today. They are Shawn Butler from Bristol Honda and Johnson City Acura. Shawn, welcome. Holden Scott from Regal Nissan is with us today. Justin LeGrand-Logan from BMW of Fairfield. Mike Vogel, the fixed operations coach, is with us. And Coralee Zueff, the author of 5-Star Service Advisor. And we appreciate everybody being here today. So if I can, let's start the conversation. And Shawn Butler, I'll come to you first. Let's talk a little bit about how important is price perception out there, and how much service would you guess is actually lost to it in the marketplace?
Well, Ted, a lot of it transcends no matter where you are in the country. Price perception, a lot of that, they go for that cheap initial visit, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, they're in there, and then there's $300 worth of maintenance for a free tire rotation, right? So the perception is reality, though. Somebody advertises a $39 oil change, that's what they think they're getting. There's always something, a strings attached. So one of the things that we did was I reached out, and when I spoke with RepairPal, that was literally one of my first partners when we took over this dealership earlier in the year, was to get our name out there and get our SEO going, and to make sure that when somebody Googles, we were at the top of the page, because perception is reality and price is important. That way transparency matters, right? We're not hiding anything. And many times the dealer's actually cheaper. If you do a dare to comparison, we're actually cheaper than many of your little chain stores and everything on just a basic service of an oil change and a tire rotation.
And Shawn, come back to what you just said for a moment. When a consumer Googles, for you to be able to come up at the top of the search rankings, that's a pretty important thing, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that was one of the things that really caught my eye with RepairPal, you know, by being RepairPal certified, and they have a lot of visitors to their website. So anything you can do to, you know, in the digital times of expand your presence is a great help, especially in a place like ours that was really struggling because we're 5 miles from anywhere. People got to want to come here. So we have to give them a reason to come here.
I love it. Holden, Scott, you are just outside Atlanta there in Georgia. Talk to us about price perception from your perspective.
Yeah, so I think a lot of it comes down to, you know, that perceived value and what people initially think as far as transparency and things like that on the dealer standpoint. I know the way we like to use RepairPal and the way I've been pushing my people to use it is when you're trying to go over that inspection and you kind of feel someone, you know, you can always sense when someone's like, they just don't know about the price. Well, if you can easily show right then and there that you're the same price as down the street and things like that, that takes that away from the person. They feel good about it. And then they're more likely to go ahead and say, yeah, let's go ahead and do that work. Because a lot of times that initial no is they want to, you know, ask a relative about it. They want to shop it. They want to, you know, ask another shop. Well, you're kind of taking that out of it because now if I've gone ahead and shown you that I'm the same price as somewhere down the street and you're already here, why wouldn't you go ahead and do it then at that point in that moment? So that's where I think it's really huge is you're able to be transparent with your customers. You're able to see, because like Shawn said, when I first took over this job, that's one of the first things I did as a dare to compare. I was shocked that the dealers were at the bottom of my list and all the independents were higher up on that list on a lot of those services. But customers never really do that. They just have been taught and trained, whether that's from previous generations, whatever you want to call it. But it's the perception that we're living in that reality now. So the best way to overcome that is just this transparency and this tool, and just right there, then and there, just being able to show people that, hey, yeah, you can go shop it, but why? And then you have the added value of, hey, I'm certified, you know, you got certified master technicians here, you got the full support of the OEM and everything like that. So if you were to be able to present to customer like, hey, you can go to an aftermarket shop or you can go to a dealership with the same price, I would be shocked if someone would not choose a dealership over a independent shop. The only thing that they might choose that for is just because of that relationship, and that just comes back down to the customer relationship. So transparency is how you continue to build that. So that's why this tool is so important, in my opinion.
And Holden, I got to come back to that for a second. You are now the fixed ops director at Regal Nissan, but before that, you were a service advisor for some time, and you oversee a large number of service advisors today. As an advisor, did you encounter that price perception often from consumers out there?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I remember when I was an advisor, having people who enjoyed coming for the oil change because they got the inspection, they got the free wash. Our oil changes were priced competitively, but they were going elsewhere to go ahead and do those other, you know, maintenance or those other services. They would come here for the oil change to find out what their car needed, and they drive down the street somewhere else to get those things done. So now this allows us to be that one-stop shop. So I know myself as an advisor, if you know you can, if someone says no to price, you can go right back to that tool and then show it. I've been encouraging my guys, you know, any repair that's a substantial repair, go ahead and print it out for the customer, put it in there. That way, the whole time they're thinking of it. And I mean, in today's market right now, a lot of people don't have money to do the repair right now, but I want them to know, even if they don't do it right now, that there's no need to look anywhere else because you have all the data right there. And then they got the website so they can sit at home and do it themselves and see. Sometimes I'm sure people like to do that.
So, Justin, I have to ask you, these gentlemen, Shawn, Butler, and Holden Scott, are on the East Coast. You're in California, and you've got the BMW consumer. How about price perception there?
Price perception is real everywhere, and no more so than BMW as well, especially as you get into older models or models that are out of warranty. I think the myth is still there that that's when it becomes astronomically expensive to maintain the vehicle. Being able to partner with RepairPal gives us that layer of transparency that we actually experience on the sales side. I consider RepairPal like a Kelley Blue Book or like a Carfax. It's that independent third-party partner that we can reference and say, hey, this isn't just our data, just our information, just our intuition or some numbers that are made up in the sky. This is actually backed by independent research. You can see this. They do a great job of partnering and finding the information, so we don't have to make a million phone calls to independent shops. It's right there. Here's the average in this market. And not only we're fair and competitive, but we're actually right on the money. On the sales side of my dealership, we're a one price organization. And so we've utilized tools like Kelly Blue Book, Carfax, vAuto to present that independent third party data on the sales side. And now we have the opportunity to do so on the service side as well.
And Justin, that word transparency keeps coming up. How important is that right now with consumers in your marketplace from what you're seeing that's happening out in the real world?
It's huge. Transparency builds and establishes trust. And with all the volatility that we've had in the market with, stocks and climate and COVID and everything, people are looking for organizations that they can work with and establish relationships with. So being able to do things like, complimentary multi-point inspection, a video walk around from our technicians, all the different tools that we use for communication, whether it's text or phone calls, it continues to add that layer of trust with our customers. And, that's how we overcome a lot of the price perception, is by building in that extra value.
Love it. And I believe you said you are a RepairPal certified retailer. Is that correct?
We are. Yep.
Let me come back. If I may, Justin, let me come back real quick. Shawn and Holden, are you both also RepairPal certified?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we have been since April of this year. And then the other stores, the Acura and the Mazda store, just got certified last week. We're live now there. So.
And yeah, I've been certified since July. So pretty much when they called me, I pretty much made a decision right there. It was a no-brainer for me. So for sure.
Art, you're doing some good work. But before I come to you, Mike Vogel, you have worked with and led dealer organizations on both coasts, East Coast and West Coast. Mike, I do not remember a time in our industry when we were able to talk about transparency in not just in the dealership, but in fixed operations. That seems to be something new.
Yeah, and these three gentlemen that just spoke all bring up a lot of solid, valid points. The one thing I'd like to add to them, so I don't make this redundant, is I think the other key when it comes to pricing is consistency. And that's something that we miss straight across the board in a lot of service departments, is giving the customer that consistent visit. And that's especially true with pricing. If you're a service manager and you're moving the carrot around constantly to drive your bottom line, that's going to create a muddled picture to a customer. And anything that we can do to keep it, to use the same word, transparent, is a big deal. Customers understand it. They know. In many cases, I don't think it's on the maintenance side so much, but I think it's on the repair side where we in the industry tend to take advantage of the customers. And that's something that's got to change. And obviously, Holden, Shawn, Justin are at the forefront of doing something like that. I'd like to see a lot more dealers following suit with that. And RepairPal comes into a place. I wish it would have been around, 30 years ago when I was leading stores, because, I did my own dare to compare with local independents, but it was typically only on maintenance type stuff, just to make sure we were competitive on the maintenance, but it wasn't on repairs.
Mike, come back to that word, consistency that you mentioned. RepairPal has pointed out how important price is as a perception with the consumer. How important would you say that consistency is for the consumer out there?
It's 100%. So I think some of the things we need to talk about is, the customer needs to trust the service advisor, and they have to see value in what they're presenting and even value in the price that they're presenting. But where does the advisor get that from? They need to get that from leadership. Service managers, fixed ops directors, they need to be leading their teams and making their team feel comfortable with the pricing structure that's set up, that it is competitive in the marketplace, that it does bring value to the customer. So if, that's really a leadership's job. So, and then doing it consistently, obviously, is a big deal. Just real quickly, one of the things that I did back in 2004 was I put together my maintenance packages at a very competitive rate. I was still making good gross profit, but I was competitive in my marketplace with the independents, the aftermarket, mass merchandisers. That was my price. I advertised that on my website. I advertised that in my direct mail marketing, email blast, whatever you want to talk about. So that if a customer called in or they drove into the drive or they talked to a BDC representative, they got the same price from everybody. Because when you start putting mixed messages, if you have your oil change is $39.95, but you got a $19.95 oil change, your strong advisors are going to quote the high price. Your weaker advisors are going to quote the low price. What kind of message are we sending to our customers when you can get two different prices quoted?
Yeah. Mike, that's so real world. Coralee, I'm coming over to you. You wrote the book, 5-Star Service Advisor, a great read. I'd recommend it to our audience. Coralee, thank you for doing that. You've been a service advisor, and Coralee, you work with service advisors, and you work with some of these shops that we're talking about today, including the mass merchandisers. What do you say in terms of price perception and working with local shops and dealers?
So I think predominantly there's 3 complaints that we hear from customers coming in, and one is definitely price perception. Not even that the price is necessarily higher, just that they're perceiving it to be higher. I was thinking of an example I came across a couple of weeks ago where a customer went into a dealership to have a scan or an update done on their vehicle, and they did a check. They had to look at their brakes, and their brakes were actually worn down to almost nothing, and check their wheel alignment as well. And when they gave the customer the information, she talked to her husband, and they just said, no, just don't have it done at the dealership, and for no particular reason. So this customer ended up coming into the shop I was at, not even that they worked on her vehicle per se, but her husband had a vehicle that had come in, and she was given estimates, and I looked at them. I thought, there's no way that these are going to be less than the dealership. And she just approved everything. So price perception is one thing. I don't know what the dealership quoted her, but there's, I don't think that they would be any less than the dealership. Another reason customers aren't going to the dealership we hear is location. Being a small town in Canada, the dealerships can tend to be half hour to an hour away, and customers don't want to put in that effort to go there. And then the third reason is service advisors not being able to explain repairs competently to a customer in a way that they would understand, so that they understand that value. So the customers are leaving the dealership for that person who's, served them some coffee and nice beverage, and they've washed the car, and they're going to the independents to talk to that, semi-grumpy technician whose strong suit isn't talking to people, but it's working on the cars. So those are the 3 reasons that we're seeing for customers not returning to dealerships.
And Coralee, may I say congratulations to you, because we all know on this panel that the woman is the decision maker in the great overwhelming majority of all of these purchase decisions. But you, as a woman teaching other service advisors, congratulations on doing that. And that says a whole lot for our industry.
Thank you. I'd say there's no secret to talking to men and women differently, because I encountered men who don't have automotive knowledge either. It's explaining the facts in a way somebody would understand and educating them about their vehicle.
Art Shaw, this is an amazing panel of leaders and teachers that you've assembled for us today. And Art, you've talked to us in the past, as have your panels, on the importance of the female consumer, and all the things I'm hearing here today. Art, what would you have to say?
Yeah, so you're hearing real world experience. Our data validates that. We did the research twice. 73% of people rate price the number one reason that they don't go to the dealer. And one thing we haven't talked about is the average age of a car on the road. If the average age of a car on the road is now, 10,
wait a second, I know the answer.
Go.
12 years.
Yes, it's actually even a little over 12. But think about it. By that time, about 20% of people end up still servicing their car, as Mike said, for repairs, right? So think about that. We're in a business where people, for the main reason, is price. They're leaving in the main time that they own the car, which is when all the repairs start coming. And, I had lunch with a dealer owner yesterday talking about this. He's like, yeah, I mean, it's just commonly understood that consumers think dealers are expensive, that they're going to stop servicing at the dealer. Why? So I've talked to many folks, including people on this panel today, who are trying, who have used Dare to Compare boards, who are trying to communicate with consumers to say, I'm fair. And guess what? It doesn't have to be cheap. Consumers understand the concept of value and quality. Quality is the #1 buying factor in repair, not in maintenance. Again, Mike did a nice job. We can talk about that more, about understanding repair, which is where a lot of the lack of transparency exists, because you can get a coupon for an oil change and you know what's going in your car when the oil's going in. But with repair, you're kind of scared, and it's a big number, right? And so if that's the main reason, people understand that the dealer is, has a lot of qualities of high, value to a consumer, but they're scared. Then let's address that. Let's address that head on. We can change that perception collectively. And transparency is key. As Justin said, it exists and comparison exists in the sales side. So why can't service, which is the bulk of the profits, actually adopt the same mentality, which is we don't have to be cheapest, we don't have to be lowest. Consumers value us for what they know about us. They're just really worried. And there's enough data out there that perception is reality for consumers. And so we stand for high quality and fair pricing, not low pricing, so that we can change that perception for the dealers who are attentive, because consumers don't buy into Dare to Compare boards when you put the data up yourself.
Yeah. It's a trusted third-party source. Justin, Art just mentioned the average age of the vehicle, or I think I stepped in and answered it.
You got it, Ted.
You know how I know that, Justin? Because last month at the Roaring 20s Fixed Ops Roundtable, Art asked that question, and I didn't know the answer, but now I know it's 12 years. Justin, average age of 12 years. How about BMW customers? Are there older units that you get that come in? Because I know they come today with that 3-year coverage. Do you get those older units in for repair as well?
That's one of our main initiatives, is working to conquest those owners back into the dealership. They're leaving, or they have left and they've gone to independence. And so we're working pretty feverishly to get those customers back in by doing things around price perception, also value, adding in the layers of convenience that we offer. Coralee mentioned, customers that live in a certain area, they pass multiple independent shops on the way to a dealership. So by building that awareness that we pick up and drop off in a variety of different things, that's how we're working to conquest and bring that business back into the dealership for us.
Wow. Shawn, Butler, you're in a smaller, relatively speaking, community. You've got several franchises there. You've got Honda. You mentioned Acura, Mazda. How about on the Acura side? Repairs, do you get older vehicles as well there?
Yes, sir. We have we have people that come from as far away as 2 hours away, because Acura dealerships are few and far between. They're like 70 to 100 miles in between Acura dealerships. So, it's about value and convenience. When the perceived value it overcomes their objections, then the pricing in a lot of cases becomes irrelevant, right? But it's about that compassionate and taking the time to explain it properly and use terms that people can understand. If you find a way to personalize the customer experience, and then you're saying, hey, I understand. Let's go take a look, right? Transparency matters. I have no problem walking people into the shop and letting the technician explain it, or using the videos, using all the tools at hand to overcome what we can. We have to beat that perception, because many times it allows us to charge a higher price or get paid more when the customer is comfortable with us and we deliver a consistent quality experience and product. Then why would they go anywhere else? And then you have RepairPal. You're like, oh, you think Joe's going to be cheaper? Well, let's pull it up. And, and there you are. It gives you the range. And RepairPal is very thorough, right, in their research of your area when they do their pricing. So if it says a 2015 Pilot water pump's going to be 788 to 915, you can bet we fit within that zone.
You know, Shawn, Kathleen Long, who is the CRO at RepairPal, told me recently that there are a lot of sources for consumer information out there, but they vary, and they're not all as reliable as the others. RepairPal is one of the most, if not the most reliable one. Shawn Butler, you've mentioned to me you've got 4 service advisors, I think, in the Honda store, 4 in the Acura Mazda drive. What brought you to RepairPal? Was it this transparency? Was it the consistency that Mike Vogel talks about? What drew you to RepairPal?
Well, it was really overcoming the perception that dealers are higher. And like I said, because of the fact that we're kind of remote, right? Even though this area has over 500,000 people in it, they're spread out. It's a large, UIO area for the brands. So therefore, you got to give them a reason to pass by the 10 other independents they're going to pass on the way to your dealership. And what better way to do that through full transparency? The advisors are able to keep the tab up from the widget of our website right there on their computer, and they can show the customer, hey, this is what it is. If there's a question about pricing, click, 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 and boom. I mean, it's super, super easy. We got the signage up. Hey, feel free to visit. The customers can do their own dare to compare. We don't have to do it for them.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. Holden Scott, in the Atlanta metro market, what drew you? What were the advantages to having RepairPal and being certified by them?
So, I mean, one of the advantages, obviously, stuff like Justin and Shawn already talked about. I was using a similar product from another provider, similar as in it was supposed to be doing the same type of thing. I had actually just gotten off that product because I just didn't see the value. I'm someone, I'll try something for 3 months. And if I don't think I'm seeing anything, I'll get off of it. So I'd actually just gotten off of it. But RepairPal obviously blew me away with what all they're doing as far as the search words, all these things we've already talked about. But also it's the people, the team there. It's one of the best vendors I work with. I work with quite a few vendors, but I will say every month, I got a call with Danny. I've had visits from Ryan and Deanna. So I've seen this team multiple times, and that's, to me, one of the biggest difference, because what I look for in my vendors is people who are going to partner with me to grow my business and realize that if they help me grow my business, they're growing their business as well. So I can't say, obviously the program, everything works flawlessly, but when you have the personnel behind it that are helping coaching your advisors, they came in person, did some coaching with my advisors while they were in the area. And then they just care. They just caring people. We just adopted twins. Me and my wife did. Deanna sent me a card with a gift card. No other vendor did anything. I'm not saying that's the end of the world. That meant something to me. And that shows me that these people care. So they care about their product, but they also care about the dealer. So that's, at the end of the day, that's why I'm part of the reason why I'm with them, but that's why I'm going to continue to be with them because the results are there as far as dollar and cents. It makes sense. But then just being that partner, that just means something to me. So definitely RepairPal.
Ted, I wanted to add something real quick to that. So I believe I was on the phone with Deanna and Ryan when they were stuck in traffic after visiting Holden recently. We had a funny conversation, but I did want to say that I had to give it a little time, right? Because I'm learning on the digital. I came from the Toyota world where you need to slow it down. I'm not used to trying to attract customers. And so after 2 or 3 months, all of a sudden, here we go. I'm starting to get the reporting. Oh, this is your calls from RepairPal. These are your calls that came in. Well, so I was a little skeptical at first, but I gave it the whole 90 days. And finally here in month 4, we're really starting to get some good traction with it. So I learned a lesson on that, to be patient too.
I love it. Justin, if you would summarize, what led you to RepairPal?
So we're an open point. We just opened last year in July of 2021. And so I wanted to find a partner, as Holden just mentioned, that was going to be a part of our growth, as well as a partner that's going to be part of our transparency and establishing trust in the market. Being a new dealership, we're not only conquesting from independent shops, but we're actually conquesting from other BMW dealerships outside of our market. And so we really had a big job of, getting clients here in the first place. and then making sure that they understood that we were going to do business a little differently than others in the market by being able to offer that transparency and saying, yes, this is our pricing, but just as Holden mentioned, hey, here's a website that's an independent third-party source, and you can see in terms of comparison in the market, we're right on the money. And I think that's helped a lot in terms of our growth over the last 15 months now.
I love it, Justin. Thank you. Coralee, I see this as really good for the consumer to have all of these tools out there to, it's good for everybody. It's good for the shops. It's good for the dealers. But ultimately, the guest who's having their work performed.
Yeah, for sure. To have a tool to be able to compare prices is definitely a good thing to have. And I was going to say too, for the service advisors, and when you're talking with them with these big dollar amounts when it comes to repairs, to finding out the service advisor where they feel what's expensive or not, and working through that. Because if the advisor feels that $1,500 is a lot for a repair, they're already feeling how expensive it is, and that transfers to the customer as well.
That's a great point. Tully Williams, who many, if not everyone knows from the fixed operations world, says that, when it comes to things, any kind of maintenance or repairs, as an example, tires, if the advisor doesn't believe in tires, they're not going to sell a lot of tires. So Coralee, I would agree that if price perception is a hang up in the advisor's head as well, that's going to be a hang up in the real world with the consumer as well.
Yes, if they feel it's expensive or they're more expensive than the independents, then that's what's going to come across.
Mike, it's refreshing to see all of these leaders on the panel today talking about things like you mentioned, the consistency, the transparency, the tools out there. Mike, sum it up and bring it home if you would.
Sure. Well, I look at RepairPal as it could be a major advocate for the dealership, or it could be a thorn in the side for those that choose not to ignore the price perception problem. And what I mean by that is it's still going on today, which I'm amazed, decades later, but, dealer principals and GMs go to group meetings and they're talking about effective labor rate. Where should it be? Where should the gross profit percentage be? And so on. And so if you're driving your price structure strictly on numbers and not about what the experience is for the customer, and also where are you in the marketplace, you're going to create a world of hurt for yourself, because you're never going to get that price perception overcome. Now, on the flip side, if you choose to use the data that RepairPal gives you and making yourself competitive in the marketplace, as we've all talked about during this panel discussion, don't have to be the cheapest, certainly don't want to be the most expensive, but you want to be in a fair realm. That's what it's all about, because we want to close as much work as we can. And I don't necessarily like the word close, but when you look at multi-point inspections, the closing percentages are anywhere between 20% on the low end to 40% on the high end. It's not a great job that we're doing. And a lot of that is we haven't earned the trust and we haven't shown the value in what's being presented to them. And that's where having that pricing structured in a way that it's fair for the customer, but it's also fair for the dealership. That's a win-win for everybody. So at the end of the day, that's how you're going to become more successful long-term.
And Mike, you mentioned it a couple times today, that word trust as well, how strong that is in our industry. Art Shaw, RepairPal, I'm going to give you the last word today.
Look, I don't need the last word. You're hearing it from people who are beginning to change the way things are seen. Dealers have a great offering. If they're attentive to fair pricing, consumers need to know. And we're here to help in that journey. And these great leaders are going to help change this industry. And Ted, thanks for providing the forum upon which we can, share that with others.
Well, Art, I think you and these leaders are leading a fixed ops revolution. What do you say?
I think that's great, Ted. I love those words.
I think we go with that, Art. So, Art, thank you on behalf of Fix. Thank you, Art, for all that you and the team at RepairPal are doing, and wonderful work. And thank you so much. I want to thank the panel today: Shawn Butler, Holden Scott, Justin LeGrand-Logan, Mike Vogel, the fixed ops coach, and Coralee, Zueff, thank you so much today. So appreciate that. And Art, I want to thank RepairPal for all you do for the industry. This is the RepairPal Price Perception Panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Automotive repair is one of today's biggest necessary expenses. It can throw a consumer's budget into a tailspin. With 3 out of 4 customers going online to research prices, how can a dealership best position itself for success online and show that they are fair priced? That's where RepairPal can help. Each month, millions of customers trust RepairPal and our Fair Price Estimator to find high-quality auto repair at prices they can feel confident about. Customers input their vehicle information, select a service, and get an estimate range for their location. Estimates are calculated with regional labor rates, in addition to OEM and aftermarket parts prices. We don't compare facilities to one another in our estimator. Instead, we independently establish a fair price guideline that certified dealers abide by. Our estimator helps consumers understand what's involved in a repair and gives them the confidence to book an appointment at your dealership. What's more, you can include our estimator widget on your own website for third-party validation of your fair pricing. Learn more about our Fair Price Estimator at repairpal.com/estimator.
Give the gift of giving this holiday season. Scan the QR code on the screen or visit fixedopscares.org and make a donation to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Taking a pit stop to deliver a special message to the automotive technicians, please welcome Bob Tasca.
I think the biggest problem in the industry is a lack of awareness. I just don't think people understand just how exciting the field is. And with Ford Motor Company, Motorcraft, and NHRA, we put together a program within the NHRA program to bring this message out to over 30,000 high schoolers from around the country, all different markets. And they come out, and a lot of these kids, it's not even on their radar screen. I know it because after I get done speaking, they come up to me and the questions they have are incredible. So it's been great to get in front of these kids to share this message along with the advisors, the counselors, the teachers that bring these kids out. And even some of them get very surprised. It's not like when my grandfather started back in the 60s, they called him a grease monkey. I mean, literally his family was ashamed that he went into the automotive technician space. Today, we call our technicians electrical engineers for a variety of reasons. Just the the level of sophistication of these vehicles, the knowledge that you need, and it's only getting more and more and more as you look ahead to these electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles. The technology in these cars are incredible.
Wow. I can only imagine what demand is in our market right now. So it kind of leads me to a question that I've been thinking about lately with our own stores here that I'm a part of and across the industry as a whole. Do you know what the average turnover rate is of technicians?
So I don't know the exact number. I can only share like within our group. But clearly the entry level tech that comes in, and you know this from talking to dealer friends around the country, you know, they come in out of high school or some of these Votech schools and, you know, limited on tools and, you know, they get thrown into the fire. It comes down to the commitment at our level. We're the ones that have to look in the mirror on that. Do we put our techs in a position to win? And part of that is, you know, in our group, we have a tool kit program with Mac Tools, where we have a starter kit so they can walk in the door with the toolbox and all the tools that they need. And if they stay with us for 1 year, they keep everything. It's their tools. So, you know, giving them the tools, giving them the mentor time that they need to come up to speed. We have quick service locations, quick lube locations in all our Ford stores, which is a great, you know, kind of training ground to get the young techs up to speed. But we find that once they turn the corner, once they start getting their certifications, and along with certifications comes raises, right? The more you know, the more you earn. The stability of the tech base becomes fantastic. I mean, you got senior master technicians that are earning well into the six figures. They're not going anywhere, right? But it's the entry level tech, which is the highest turn. And I think that can vary wildly by dealership, depending on how much time they invest and what their internal training program is for these young technicians.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Bob, you've also mentioned, I heard you say that this is one of the few careers that just 5 years out of high school, it has the potential for somebody to earn up to six figures. Not everybody, okay? But you've talked about not just the skill sets, but the mindsets you need to be a successful technician in the market today. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I open up my speech, you know, I'm with a couple of panelists that talk about, you know, how the need, the demand for technicians. And I look at the kids, they're all looking down at us. And I say, you know what I do when I sit in a format like this? If I'm you looking down at us, making this pitch, I say, so what? So what you need technicians? So what the industry is desperate for technicians? What's in it for me? Why is this a good long-term decision for me and my family? And I kind of boil it down to three simple things. The number one question I get asked is, how much am I going to make? And how long is it going to take me to get to the top of my career path? And, you know, the beauty about being an automotive technician is I can introduce you to techs 5 years out of high school that are earning or well on their way to earning a six-figure career, and they put the time in, right? I can also introduce you to technicians in my company, been with me for 20 years, that are nowhere near a six-figure career. So you have to put the work in, but the earning opportunity is fantastic. The second thing I talk about is job portability, right? So life changes. You know, I'm talking to, you know, guys and gals just coming out of high school. You get married, you have kids, and, you know, 6 years down the road, you're going to move. Well, a lot of career choices that you pick, you got to start over. You got to start at the bottom. If you can even find a job, right, in the career that you're in. Well, in our world, you can pick the phone up as a certified tech, call any dealer anywhere in the country. They'll pay to move you, probably give you a raise the first day you walk in. That's the level of demand. And when you look at job portability, it's pretty unparalleled. You know, the last thing I talk about is job stability. And it wasn't that long ago, just a few years ago, I talked to all these kids and say, you don't know what a recession is. You've never been through anything like this. And you don't know what it's like to go home and to have to look your family in the eye and say, I lost my job. And I don't know if we're going to be able to pay the mortgage. I mean, these are life-changing events that you never, ever have to live through. But we've all been through the worst. They literally closed our country down through COVID. And I can tell you in our company, there wasn't one technician, not one, that came to work and didn't have work to do. Some chose not to come to work for health reasons, but through the difficult times in our industry, when recessions hit, we may sell a few less cars, that's for sure, but people have to keep their cars running. And a lot of times through recessions, we see our fixed operations actually grow. So when you're coming out of high school and you got to start to put all this together, where am I going to go work? What am I going to do? What's my earning opportunity? And you start to look at the benefits that the automotive space has to offer. It's truly unparalleled. And also, Ted, I share with these kids, let's say you don't want to be a tech your whole life, right? You come in and I can introduce you to GMs of our company. I can introduce you to service managers, fixed ops directors, people that started as technicians and ended up moving their way up the line in a car dealership, because the truth is, if you know how a car works and you can fix it, you can do anything you want in a car dealership. And, my grandfather started as a mechanic. I started as a mechanic, and there's no better place to start, in my opinion, than as a technician.
Wow. It sounds like y'all have been staples in the automotive industry for quite some time, and now you're leading the way after your grandfather. And as a woman in the industry and a young one being that, I like asking everybody that I talk to that I consider mentors in the automotive industry, how can we collectively encourage other women to be a part of the automotive industry?
Well, when I speak, I kind of relate it to the race car, right? So the race car doesn't know there's a guy driving it or a woman driving it. Has no idea. When I pull up alongside a competitor, happens to be a woman, I'm competing. I don't care who's in the other car, right? So I think any industry, I don't care whether it's auto or non-auto, it's the effort that you put in. It's your work ethic. It's your desire to be successful. It don't matter if you're a man or woman, right? So to me, I've never looked at it that way. I look at the person, the individual, and the effort that they put in. And today we're seeing more and more women technicians than we've ever seen. And I think that'll continue to grow. There's women throughout our entire organizations, from GMs to service writers to sales managers. You name it. It ultimately comes down to, what you want to do and how much effort you want to put in.
Wow.
Love it. Bob, last question for today. When you won the Topeka Heartland national champion, I saw the video, and Kara did her best to mimic that video. You said, how about that BG machine? And you pointed to the car. Tell us what BG has done for the Task Automotive family and for your consumers as well, being, BG customers.
Well, let me take you back a few days before that win. So on Wednesday, I'm out in Wichita at BG's World Headquarters, and I got an opportunity to meet the team, the engineering behind the liquid, and I was blown away. I've been around BG my whole life, but what I saw at the engineering side of their business and the amount of time, money, effort, engineering, testing that they do in their products, this is not fluid in a bottle with a label. Let me tell you that. And you can just appreciate the attention to detail and the energy they put into their products. And it makes sense why they have the best warranties in the industry for customers that use the BG product, whether it's engine, transmission, coolant, brakes, you name it. So after going through that, I'm excited getting into Topeka, and we're coming off a pretty hot streak, going through the West Coast, winning Sonoma, coming into Topeka, Kansas, and then we get the win. And it was a huge win for BG. This is the first year that they branded the car. BG's always been on my car, but it's the first year that they've been a primary sponsor on it. The car looks fantastic. I'm sure you'll show it to the viewers. And we got that win, and it really, for us, it's been a turning point of our season. We went on to win the next race, semifinal finish in Indianapolis, and we're one of the top cars now to run for the championship. And it takes, it takes an army to bring one of these cars out, and sponsors that support us, and BG is at the top of the page. But I just wish I could have taken my entire company through their engineering, and those that are watching that use BG, or if you don't, certainly consider it, because it's incredible technology. It's great value to the customer. It's great value to the dealer. I'll tell you this, Ted, when we look at tires, brakes, batteries, BG, alignments, and rotations and balances, when we take our 6 key selling area, BG is now the #1 gross generating product that we sell in our service departments across our 15 rooftops. So it's a great profit opportunity, and it comes with a great warranty. I mean, we use their warranty every month to loyal customers that use the product. And when you can hand them a check for $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, over and above what they can get, it really blows them away. And that's why we support BG. And they're on my race car. I tell people all the time, there's nobody on my race car because they give me a check. I have to believe in their product, and we have to use their product in order for me to represent them. And I can't be any more proud of representing BG than I already am.
Well, Bob Tasca, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable and the Fixed Ops community and all the technicians and their leaders watching today, thank you, and we're very grateful to you.
Oh, it's always great to be on. And Carrie, you look pretty good in that fire suit. I hope BG doesn't swap me out for you. I still like driving.
If you ever need a break, I got your back.
I don't know. You got to come to a race after you see one of these cars run. Then you let me know if you want to get in it. I tell people all the time, sometimes you get in this car and you could take a fan out of the stands and just hold the steering wheel straight. And other times it tries to kill you. The problem is you never know which one you're going to get until you hit the throttle. But we love to have you guys come out to a race.
I'd give it a go anytime.
Bob Tasca, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take a moment now to remove your mask and scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of day 3. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to vote for the 5 speakers or panelists whom you think are the most daring men and women on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And don't forget, you can only vote once. Does your dealership believe in modern retailing? Learn how to bring sales and service together with the Strategic DX Super Panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. This is the Modern Retailing Super Panel, one of the top segments of any Fixed Ops Roundtable. I want to welcome the distinguished panel we have assembled today. Steve Apicella from Strategic DX. Rebecca Chernick is here, the F&I expert. Brooke Furness is with us here today. Ed Roberts, coming to us from the Batcave, is with us. along with Shawn Kingery. Welcome, everybody. Shawn Butler is here. Shawn, thank you so much for being with us. Russ Mann is here tonight as well, or today. And Tully Williams is with us from the Nilo Company. So everybody, welcome, and thank you for being a part of our panel. Everyone, to set the stage, modern retailing transcends that one-time transaction business model. Amazon.com is not a $1 trillion valued company because they can sell something one time. They are the titan of all retailing because they have solved the desired customer engagements before and after the sale, and they keep their customers coming back again and again. It is the recurring customer that makes Amazon the successful company we all know. So everyone, if I could today, let's kind of discuss and challenge ourselves. Tully Williams, I want to come over to you first. Tully, is it our industry's mission to sell only one car and maybe a few F&I products, or to also earn a recurring customer?
Oh my God, Ted, it's all about the repeat and referral business. Here I'm going to do. I'm taking the mask off of Fixed Ops, put it on the F&I hat. Here we go. Are you in the repeat referral? Are you ready to sell F&I products? Not in that micro moment we talk about, Steve talks about. We're talking about selling F&I products in the service drive, helping our customers out. What drives repeat referral? Extended warranties. What drives repeat referral? Prepaid maintenance. What drives repeat referral? The products that we would sell our family members in F&I in the service drive. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are one team. It's not sales and fixed. It is one team to do what? To drive repeat and referral business, and it ends up and starts in the Fixed Ops department, my friends.
Steve, I got to congratulate you, because not only is Tully talking about the repeat and referral business as he always does, Steve, he's talking about the micro moment, and I got to commend you because your message is ringing through loud and clear.
You know, for me, this Amazon reference, something I use all the time because it's not that distant from our great industry. Amazon is chock full of brick and mortar and people. They just figured out the desired engagement before and after that does create that reoccurrence. Everybody watching this who's ever engaged with Amazon hasn't just done it one time. They do it over and over and over again. They don't think about it. And to Tully's point, you know, the micro moment of F&I during the car sales process, this is a multi-billion-dollar industry, right? I'm not saying to destroy that. I'm not saying to stop that. I'm asking our industry and challenging and providing a solution to say, is that where all the value of F&I should reside alone? And I'm certain that it shouldn't. But then when you look at Fixed Ops and you look at a customer after the sale, Fixed Ops, the intent's always been there to offer F&I products. That's never missing. The problem is, how can you sell a customer something they don't have if you don't know what they already have? This has been a long-standing problem in Fixed Ops, is our great service advisors are ill-equipped. Even when the customer comes back organically and says, hey, I bought my car here, I bought some protection products, I need service support, our great service advisors have to say, okay, do you have a copy of your service contract with you? Do you know what it's called? Do you know who it's through? And the customer, and you guys, it's equally as dangerous either way, whether they're thinking it or saying it, is time out. I bought this stuff from you. Don't you know? And this is what we have to fix, this gap. It is about the experience of owning these products. It is about the loyalty of the customer returning, and it is about the critical revenue. But these are not disconnected parts, or shouldn't be. It should be one unified thing before, during, and after the sale. Digital life cycle is the pathway to do that. It doesn't eliminate people. It removes the long-standing pain points that have limited our great industry to just that micro moment.
You know, Steve, the fixed and service directors who are on tonight, including Ed Roberts, Shawn Kingery, Shawn Butler, Tully Williams, we can all refer to the dealership service history and the manufacturer's history before a customer comes in and when they arrive on the service drive. And we can look at what they've declined before, what they purchased before. But Steve, what you're talking about and what you're doing right now is giving us that same ability on F&I products.
And it's a simple rhetorical question. In 2022, should a customer have intuitive access to all their purchased F&I products, even through multiple administrators in one digital view? Of course they should. And so should our service advisors. And by organic extension, if you can show a customer or a service advisor on behalf of a customer, here's all the F&I products you did buy, and provide a digital pathway to claim service to simplify that process. So it's not multiple administrator 1-800 numbers and phone queues and call hold wait times and manual claim processing. Ridiculous in 2022. But because you can do all of that, you can also show a customer or a service advisor on behalf of a customer, here's all the products you didn't buy, and extend that F&I revenue beyond that micro moment. This is long overdue. And again, this multiple billion-dollar industry that does so great in that micro moment. Think about the architecture of F&I, and it's so good, is we keep F&I products the world's greatest secret until they get into the F&I environment. We show customers 3, 4, 5, 6 products they've never seen before and expect them to make a decision right now or never thereafter. Ridiculous. It shouldn't be that way. We should have F&I menu. We should get everything we can through a transparent, powerful menu presentation, honor the customer's request, but then put those solutions in their hands on their smartphone so we can earn the business beyond just that moment. That's what we're doing.
Rebecca Chernick, you have brought so much to the surface in F&I with menu selling, putting these things, as Steve is describing, on a menu for the customer to pick. Rebecca, what do you think? Are we here for a one-time transaction or an ongoing, recurring relationship with that customer?
Well, it's all about the reoccurring relationship with that customer. It is all about before, during, and after. And, I met Steve 3 years ago, maybe 3 years, right? 3 years ago. And the reason why, because I was looking for a solution for our dealers to how can we automate this process? How can we just make it streamlined, easy, user-friendly, that we can get back in front of the customer after delivery? And I knew how important that was, because we talk about some of this process of being in front of that customer and service drive programs and that sort of stuff. And frankly, it's with goodwill, but it never comes together. So it was with that conversation that I wanted to figure out a better way to automate that process, to be able to get in front of that customer after delivery, because I know that there are times during that menu presentation, as you talk about, that sometimes the pressure of taking advantage of those products, the customer backs off, but yet we have other providers after delivery who are contacting those customers and offering them the ability to take, or the option to take advantage of these products. And I'm thinking, why are we allowing that to happen when we can do it ourselves? So I met with Steve, and I got to tell you, where we are today, or where he is today, is absolutely amazing. He has figured out a way to go ahead and streamline that process to be able to make that happen. And you got to know, I absolutely adore that and respect where you've come with that.
Thanks, Becky.
This strategic DX, Steve, that you've put together has done exactly that. And what comes to mind for a second, listening to Becky talk right now, okay? Shawn, in service, we have something called decline services, where we can follow up with a customer on anything that we saw that the vehicle needs or the technician made note of on the multi-point inspection. We follow up with customers. But Becky and Steve are so right, Shawn Kingery, that we're not doing that on the F&I side. It's that micro moment mentality. It's the one time in the F&I office.
It is, Ted. And I'll tell you, I'm going to go back a little bit where we started here. And you talk about pre-writing ROs and going back to the basics of F&I and selling on the service drive. Pre-writing RO the day before, as Tully has taught us, CSI doesn't stand for customer satisfaction. It's for customer supplied income. All right. And having that pre-write RO, it's huge. And not only that, now what Steve's brought to the table is when that customer comes in and here comes Ed Roberts and he's coming in for a check engine light, in advance if Ed Roberts has a service contract. In advance that you've already taken the fuse away from the lighter because it's not going to be ignited because Ed's protected. In the same regards, you know Ed's not protected, and you know what you can pitch the day in advance. Because what do you have on the service drive? 3, 4, 5 minutes? That's all you have. If you don't know, you're not going to know. Now you can know in advance. Listen, Ed has a service contract. Here's what Ed didn't do. Here's what Ed's eligible for. You can pitch it before you get there. It changes the way you write up. And again, the transition from F&I, obviously being married to somebody on that side of the house, there can be no walls. There can be no separation. It's all got to be one. It's got to be seamless all the way across the board.
I'll mention too, again, for all these great fixed ops folks here is, how many times does a service writer learn about an F&I product for the first time when a customer standing in front of them requesting service from it? That's a challenge in our industry, that we can't have those moments when customers come back. This is that organic retention moment. And it takes so much to build up and so little to tear down, that a customer's confidence, not only in what they purchased and not only in their dealer, but think about the seeds we're sowing for the future. The next time they're in the F&I office, the next time they're presented products, and a customer says, I went through that. No, thanks. That was a terrible experience. I'll never do that again. But the opposite can be true, is where they can come in because of the great experience, because of the great support, and come in preconditioned to say, I want to buy that. I love that product. It was a great experience. And again, these are the things with F&I about its revenue, about its customer ownership and experience enhancements, and the loyalty back to the dealership. They all should work together. They shouldn't be separate things before, during, and after the sale. And again, I love having all these experts on, whether in F&I or in the support community or in fixed ops, because this is real stuff. We can keep refining the processes we already know. And frankly, we should. But we're going to keep getting what we get until we expand the horizon, the sales horizon, and expand the ownership experience horizon beyond just that one-time transaction. And there's so much. It's not the proverbial low-hanging fruit. It's the actual revenue and relationships on the table waiting to be earned. And that's what our industry has to gain, and that's what we have to offer.
Ed Roberts, I would say that Steve Apicella is in both the F&I and the variable department, and he's in fixed operations as well, Ed. Ed, I know that it gives an advisor confidence, and it gives the customer confidence when the advisor is prepared and knows, for example, if the vehicle has an open recall, or the good news that there are no open recalls, right? The advisor looks prepared. So I would imagine having this information up front for the service advisor when the customer comes in, like Shawn Kingery was just saying, as part of like we used to do with the old pre-write-ups ahead of time. Ed, that's going to give everybody a lot more confidence along the way.
Absolutely. Preparation's key. But let's look at that from a couple other angles. We talked about Amazon at the first part of this, and dealerships still operate in a silo mentality. They're here for sales. They're here for service. I don't want to talk to them. They're not here for me today. Well, all of us have shopped on Amazon, I'm pretty sure. I don't have to ask the question. It's pretty clear. And our experience is the same whether we buy a $2 item or a $2,000 item. The experience is exactly the same. And we're in the same business. Amazon's in the retail business. We're in the retail business. We do it with more people, front-facing people. They do it with people behind the scenes. But ultimately, they've knocked down those silos. And it doesn't matter who you're buying from, what you're buying. It all ties together. And that's what this is. This is the bridge from the sales side to the service side. And it should be free-flowing. We shouldn't even have to worry about it being a bridge. But unfortunately, in the silo mentality, it is a bridge. And you got to connect them. Because when a customer has to tell us that they purchased a warranty and we don't know, then we're already fighting a battle of trust. Because to them, it's like, or to us, we're thinking, okay, well, I wish I'd known that or whatever. To them, it's like they're trying to get over on me. They sold me that warranty. They're not even going to honor it. What's my next battle going to be? And then we have to fight the battle of trust right from the beginning when we could have been prepared if we had something to tie them together. So tying it together not only makes it seamless, but it makes it effortless. And when we make it effortless, then we become more efficient and we make more things happen.
And I love that you said bridge in between the two. I mentioned before the show here, I was recently asked, Steve, are you part of sales or service? And the truth is, we're a part of both, but we're really filling a vacancy in between the two. And the challenge, you just touched on it, Ed, is most dealerships operate sales and service like two separate companies under one dealer roof. And technically, operationally, maybe that works, but to the customer ownership journey, that's really disconnected, because when the sales portion of that job is done, to many customers, it feels like the transaction and therefore the relationship has concluded. And there's this bridge of awkward silence, after the sale, where, there's so much value, and it's no different personal relationships or business relationships. I love all you guys on this panel, but if we're not communicating with one another with some kind of frequency, folks, we don't have a relationship. And the same thing is true with our customers, that if they feel like, okay, you sold me a car, I bought a car, and that's it, well, then guess what? That is it in reality. And we have to engage customers and embrace those moments and not feel like disconnected parts of the journey where we're just hoping for customers to come back at some later point. That doesn't work anymore. Customers expect so much more. And Ed, also to your point with Amazon, is the great thing for our auto retailing industry is to understand that Amazon is not the cheapest resource online. They're not. But customers come back organically again and again and again because they trust and know the process, the consistent process before and after the sale. And again, my house, there's an Amazon box on the doorstep every day. And nobody in my household is cross-checking anybody or going to another website. They're buying right from Amazon because we know what to expect. And you guys are laughing, but tell me I'm wrong, right? I mean, the smiley box is on the doorstep every single day.
Absolutely. And we operate as different businesses inside of one. Our customers look at us as one business, but let's take that further. They also look at us as being the manufacturer as well. They don't look at us being the dealership that helps them communicate with Ford. They look at us as Ford. So we're looked at as being two businesses to the customer. They look at us as one unit, and we're looking at ourselves as we got to break ourselves down into departments, and we're separate from the manufacturer. It's us against them as well, and we got to tie all those things together.
Yeah, I think we're about halfway through, and I like Ed's backdrop. So you guys want to take orders? I'll do a bourbon neat. Anybody else in for that?
I'm in with you.
Well, I like Brooke's backdrop. Look at the purple she's got going there. And Brooke, I know that there are some Amazon boxes on your doorstep every now and then. So
I think I've had 3 today, actually. So yeah. I think it was before we got on this call, I was like, I think I had 10 masks delivered in the last couple of weeks. So yeah, Amazon and I are like best friends. And exactly what everyone has said is that it isn't always the cheapest, but we know exactly what to expect. And you know that it's the seamless transactions. And Steve, I know you and I have talked about this multiple times. It's the returning. I don't even have to get the box to return it. I can just drop it off at Whole Foods. Here's my Whole Foods. Yeah, I said that right. I think the mask is on too tight. We're going to take this off because I can't even see anymore. So, look at that.
Brooke, I wanted to say, my wife just did this to me, and I thought it was kind of like she didn't want to deal with it. On the way into work this morning, she gives me a torn up box with like some kind of rug protector in there that she didn't like or didn't fit or whatever. And she's like, just take this back to UPS, give them the QR code, and they'll take care of it. I'm like, don't you got to wrap this thing up or do anything with it? And then I even felt reluctant when I walked into UPS because I'm holding this thing that's just destroyed. Demolished. And they're like, oh, come on, you're next. Do you have the QR code? I got the QR code. They're like, okay, have a nice day. That was it. And then remarkably, because my email is connected to the Amazon account, I wasn't even in my car yet when it said, you got it returned, go ahead and buy something else.
It's phenomenal.
Remarkable.
And I want to, Ed, you mentioned something, and this is a conversation I've had to have multiple times with my clients, is that we are one, whether you're in the consumer's mind, you are Ford, you are Honda, whatever OEM. So any bad experience at any time during that journey reflects on you, the OEM. So the consumer doesn't see it as anything else. And I want to make that really, really clear. They do not see a difference. You are the OEM. So when they have a crappy experience, and you don't have control what tier 1 does, you don't have control of that. But if they have a bad experience on the tier 1 site, sorry, you are screwed. It's not, you don't have control. I'm fully aware of that. But that is why it's so key as how we're going through. If it's a bad experience in fixed ops, it's a bad experience in parts, bad experience on tier 1 or tier 3 or on Auto Trader. It's a bad experience all the way across the board. And so I love the fact you brought that up, Ed. And too many people like, don't understand that it's like, no, this is holistic. This is the whole way through. When you start to look at, okay, all right, is it really important of the reoccurring customer? Well, one, yes, it is. But you look at how much it takes to bring a new customer in. What is it? 80% of our profits will come from 20. I'm screwing up. 80% of your future profits will most likely come from 20% of your existing customers. That's a lot of money. Like, I used to be great at math, but anyone that knows me I've had way too many concussions, so I'm not as great as math as I used to be. You start looking at some of these other numbers that on average, loyal customers are worth up to 10 times more than their very first purchase. Like, that is a lot of money. Like, you can go ahead and light your money on fire. Like, have at that. Like, go ahead. And if you got money to spare, like, you can just send it over to me. Like, I'm cool with that. But that's a lot of money. So we're sitting there talking about connecting the disconnected and all these different aspects. And at any part during any of the experience, this is so key. And that's why it's so, when you're having your meetings, when you're having all these different things, are you talking and making sure that, are we cross-training? Does service and sales and parts and BDC and finance, does every single person know what's going on? And before anybody slaps a stupid freaking button on the website, does every person know what's going on? Because that's going to affect every single person. We just got back from Digital Dealer. And this is something I go on a little rant about, is that we see this bright red shiny objects like, oh, I need this. No, you don't. Slow down. Are you just doing it because you need it? And if you, or did something to actually fix something, to fix a problem? Have you talked to every single, all the major parties involved to say, before we actually do this, does parts know? Does service know? Does everybody know? And if you're going to a 20 group, just a food for thought, take your service director with you, take your parts director with you, so they know what's going on as well. Like, this is just, make sure everybody's involved, because all of these things go back to having a bad experience all the way across, and it cost you. And Ted, I really love you, because it's really difficult for not me to drop a 4-letter word right now. I just want you to know that, how much I love you, because I'm really trying hard not to use Brooke words right now, because I just drives me bonkers that connecting the disconnected here, as you say so often, Steve, is that all this goes back to, these are easy things to solve, but we make it so freaking hard. So,
and at that event you talked about last month, Brooke, there was one thing, the floor is chock full of vendors, again, which I have great respect for, but 99% of those vendors are about customer acquisition. It's what our industry does. We throw the kitchen sink at customer acquisition, and then there's silence. And when you talk about those numbers and about the value of a lifetime customer and the customer's value of their lifetime with their dealership, it's enormous, right? And at that event last month, I heard one dealer operator say in the keynote, hey, just so everybody knows in the vendor land, we don't have a customer acquisition problem right now. We have more customers than we have cars, right? We have a customer loyalty problem right now. And this is the challenge for our industry is, of course, we should refine all the processes in sales. Of course we should. And of course we should continuously refine the processes and service. But until we fix the gap in between the two, until we connect those disconnected parts, we're going to get what we currently get, which is mass defection after the point of vehicle sale. And that's not okay with me, and I don't think it's okay with anybody on this panel. We work too hard. The one thing that I say, every time I hear somebody talk about 100% online retailers, and they filled a void that the brick and mortar industry created, right? About easy engagement and easy sales. But our brick and mortar industry, this great industry, shouldn't catch up to the 100% online retailers. We should blow them away by our unique ability to also locally service those customers where the 100% online retailers are just selling cars. So why do we work so hard to acquire a customer and then do such a good job at abandonment? That's not okay. And we have to keep investing in, okay, we sold the customer a car, maybe an F&I product or two. Then what? What is supposed to happen next? And it can't be awkward silence, and it can't be waiting for them to come back to the service department. It's too late.
Stephen, if you take that one step further, I don't know, I'm sure you all read the Axios report that came out a bit ago, and it's all, I'll just leave it at that. But you look at obviously EVs are a big hot topic right now. 74% said they would prefer to buy at a dealership rather than an auto manufacturer or third party. Once again, this is going back to dealerships. Now that's all inclusive because we just set the precedence there. So what are we doing at the dealership level to make sure that all parties are on the same page? And I'm just going to leave it at that.
Shawn Butler, you have been involved very heavily in rebuilding an organization with your franchises there. Congratulations to you, Shawn. Great work that you've been performing. And Shawn, I got to tell you, I don't ever recall a conversation this in depth about this topic, which has been long overdue. So what do you say?
Well, I think that we've hit upon a big topic of, I've heard the word transactional about 10 times, right? It's not transactional, it's personalization of the customer service experience from the front to the back and the middle that counts. Literally at my cookout last month, that you guys may have seen on LinkedIn or something, where I do those every month. We have one coming up later this week. My speech to the group was, it's one dealership. When a customer walks in that door, they see Bristol Honda, they see Johnson City Acura, they see Johnson City Mazda. They don't see the parts department, the service department, the sales department, the F&I, the accounting office upstairs. They see the store, right? So we have to bridge that gap, to quote Steve up there, and find a way to make it seamless. One of the pain points is the ROs. The ROs, F&I doesn't enter in the information that should print out on the RO of what the customer bought. It's stupid and mindless, and it drives me nuts that we waste countless minutes that add up to hours, that add up to days in a year, trying to figure out what the heck the customer's got.
You know what I love about this too is, why is F&I only sold in that micro moment? Because that's the process that's existed up until today. And why is that information not available to the service department? Shawn, without anybody doing anything special, it doesn't exist in the DMS. The DMS has the financial data related to F&I, but that's it. So as we keep F&I the world's greatest secret to the customer before they get in the F&I office, we keep it the world's greatest secret to the service department after they leave the F&I office. It's ridiculous.
Well, Steve,
but again, it's process. It's just about process. That when
Steve,
you fill in those blanks, I'm going.
You know what's happened over the course of the last couple of years? There used to be a really great thing called a sales to service handoff, right? That's disappeared. Name it where it goes on. So when I have suggested multiple times that, hey, who better knows what a customer needs, what their upcoming needs are, to be able to sell the F&I type products after the fact? You wouldn't believe the shoot down you get because it's not going through F&I. So I believe that Russ Mann has come up with a solution that will bridge that gap.
Thanks, Shawn. Hey, Russ.
Oh, what a tee up. I have to, this is an amazing conversation to me, and I'm absolutely grateful to be here. But I think really what it boils down to is change. Dealerships historically have always struggled with the change. And whenever someone comes across with something new and exciting, I'm busy doing something else that I can't concentrate on change. And I think if dealerships would get into that mode of using things like strategic DX and their TPAs, and just stop, slow down, you'll go faster, you'll sell more customers, more stuff, and they'll be happier in the long run if you just listened and committed to something different. We all know that same, it's the way we've always done it. the automotive industry, whether you guys have all touched on every one of the cliched things that we talk about, right? Pillars, right? Lack of communication, customer acquisition. We always talk about all those things, but why aren't we talking about retention? Oh, wait, we do talk about retention, but we don't do anything about it, right? We don't come up with innovative ways to make sure that process is seamless. And there are vendors like Strategic and myself and a whole bunch of other things that are in that process that allow you as an automobile dealer in today's world to compete with everybody and crush them all. But you have to commit not to do what you've always done.
And I think too, one thing I want to add to what Russ said there, which I love and love what everybody has said, is that I do believe we have a great industry. And I think we're doing a lot of things right. This is not one of these, and I'm not one of those guys that thinks everything is wrong. I don't. But I think there are some critical gaps out there. And, when contributions come along, when I'm a vendor, support community, dealer partner, again, no matter how you label it, I am who I am, right? Is we work relentlessly on one thing and invest on one thing, but we don't do that in a vacuum and we don't do that in a bubble. We do that with our dealer partners and we work really closely with them to figure out the pain points and to figure out how to bridge those gaps. So when I do that and create a solution, I don't say you have to change your F&I menu process. Keep it. I don't say you have to change your F&I partners. Keep them. I also recognize that every dealership has more than one F&I support partner. Tell me I'm wrong. And if solutions don't work with all the vendors, it doesn't work, period. And this is where, again, as an industry, we have to evolve our thinking. Imagine if an F&I provider came in, you love their product, and they said, but you have to use my menu to sell your product. Ridiculous. Right? That's why we have a generic agnostic menu that other providers can plug into. Well, then what happens after the sale? It's analog anarchy. It all splits apart and there's no solutions to solve the multi-administrator, single dealer administration issue. What products should you be able to sell after the vehicle sale? The same ones that are on your menu with the vehicle and the same providers, right? These are your products. These are your providers. These are your processes. Just bridge the gap in between the two so it doesn't turn into a vacancy. It's that simple.
And understand that there are ways for you to do that. I think the dealerships get stuck in their head that, oh, no, I don't have any way to do that. Oh, the service writer, oh, they don't have time and the drive to do this. Oh, my service director, she's too busy. I can't do this. I can't do that. I got 14 TPAs. Bull.
Could you imagine, this came up recently too. Is everybody aware of WeatherTech, the company? Yeah. Big company, right? I mean, huge, massive company. Brooke, they're in your backyard just about, right? Big name. And what do? They primarily sell floor mats, right? They got some other nice things. You can buy a dog bowl from them if you want, but their cornerstone is floor mats. Most people buy floor mats from WeatherTech the day they buy their car. Mm-hmm. They buy a car and they go home and they go to weathertech.com and they buy a floor mat. What should that tell our auto retailing industry? Why the hell didn't we sell the customer floor mats if they're going home and buying it the same day, right? As it was mentioned earlier by Becky, there's a gigantic industry out there selling F&I products and doing refis and doing all these things after the vehicle sale. But the dealer's not a participant in that. But yet the appetite is so big, it creates this massive post-sales industry. Wouldn't it be a good idea to participate in that? Wouldn't it be a good idea to stay engaged with your customer before, during, and after the sale so it doesn't feel like disconnected parts? It feels like one continuous dealer experience. I think the intention is there. I think the people are there. The process is what's been missing for so long. And that's what we're hoping to contribute to.
And Steve, Becky, to their credit, two great leaders on this panel today, Rebecca Chernick, Becky, and Tully Williams, called this out about 2 years ago on the Fixed Ops Roundtable and said, how come we have not brought, Tully, right, your words, service and F&I together. So Tully and Becky, talk about that a little bit, because I know you're exactly right. This is a huge industry that's occurring outside of the retail walls of the dealership. And Becky and Tully, it's very successful.
I think that when you look at, we're talking about, keeping the customer informed after the micro moment, which I love, Steve, that terminology, right? But here's the best thing ever, is your service department bought in on F&I products. What do we normally say, F&I? Oh my God, those guys get way overpaid and they're babies and they watch YouTube all day. That's not what we want. We want them all to be part of the program. We want our service advisors to say, you bought that product. Oh, do you want that product? I can sell it to you on your phone. I don't need to walk you up, sit in the desk and wait until 12 o'clock in the afternoon for the person to come in to sell it to you. The whole goal is you have the process in place that everybody understands. Like Ed said, we're one store. No one knows the F&I box or the service writer box.
You know, it's amazing too, how these F&I administrators and their agents are super valuable, right? They create this critical financial work center. I honor them just like I honor dealers every single day. But if you want to hear new vernacular here, if you want to hear Brook language, go ask a service advisor what they think about a claims process with their administrator. It's ugly, right? Where that part of the industry is spending the most amount of money doing it the least desirable way.
And I think that you got to get your team involved, right? Steve, you got to get the F&I department and the service department as one team. It's like, as you all probably know, I share an office with the F&I and the variable director. Why? Because we're a team. If the service writers are not bought in with your F&I products, you will fail in the long term. Short term, everybody wins. We all make money. Hoo ha ha ha. But that's not the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is what? Russ said it. Retention is the Holy Grail. That is what we're here. Repeat and referral. Is your F&I and your driveway the same? Is your dealer involved? Is your dealer supporting this product? The answer needs to be yes. We have to be as one. We have to make sure that the service writer knows the products, keeps them in the family, and refers the next car to them. That's the key.
You know what I love too, and I do want to hear from Becky on this topic because she is an expert at it, is, when I think about, where does this responsibility lie? I can speak for me and the vendor dealer support community. It's my responsibility to build solutions that ultimately translate to more revenue and more meaningful customer retention. That's our mission. Tell me, Russ, or anybody else, if that's not your mission, or anybody, that's what we're doing in the support community. We have to remember that. But then the dealer needs to raise the bar. Imagine the next F&I product provider coming in, and to Brooke's point, you see the shiny red object. I think the first thing I would ask is, what service look like with this? Is this only sold in the micro moment? How does my service advisor engage us? Is this a 1-800 number, right? Tell me I'm wrong on this. That if we raise the bar and say, this is the expectation of the industry, we're not okay with analog anarchy after the sale. We're not okay with just selling F&I products in the micro moment. The minute we raise the bar together as the dealer support community and the dealers, then we'll start earning the things that we desire. And it's long overdue. Long overdue.
And I think that dealer support community has to be more consultative. They have to ask more questions. They don't ask enough questions. All they ask is a pitch. Do you like? Do you not like? Yes, no, next.
Right.
They never slow down enough to say, what does your advisor do on a day-to-day basis?
It's such a shame because there's so much to learn and so much to gain.
Russ, right. One thing I learned about Becky, and Becky, I'll give you the last word on this. Russ, I learned that Becky Chernick, I learned very early on from her. She helped pioneer the interview process with the customer, to be able to interview the customer. And Steve, how important it is to do that. Becky, coming to you because you pointed this out a long time ago with Tully.
Yes, definitely. We Tully and I and Dennis, certainly we talked through the interview and the process of making sure that we're all on the same page, because that's how it works. Everyone working in a cohesive process that makes sense. And, being in the F&I business for well over 30 years, and I am dating myself, and that's why I guess I'm keeping my mask on. No, I'm just kidding. But I've seen it, and I've seen it all too much when we're not connected, and we have this disconnect, and it has to be that streamless process from finance and how important it is when we're doing training. And one of the things that I adhere to and train up to is making sure that that new F&I manager is in service and they are playing a part of that training process, that they understand what is going on each and every single day and why it's so important to have that communication with that customer. And it has to be concise, that we're both on the same page, and that we are connecting the disconnect, or we are bridging that gap. And there has been a gap for many years, but to make an impact, it is starting with that training department in F&I or training F&I to have a much better understanding as to what takes place in that service department. So that way we have better communication. And tying that piece in with technology, I got to tell you, makes all the difference. It automates this process from the get-go, from the time that customer, selling the vehicle, during, and afterwards. And it just makes it's just a smarter way to go. So
how many people, you guys, leave the F&I environment and say that the process is too long, right? We hear this reported over and over again that the process is too long. And how do you resolve that? If time and fatigue is a problem, should we be throwing more stuff at them? Should we come up with crafty word tracks to convince them to buy something when they're not ready to? Or should we extend that opportunity beyond that moment and capture it thereafter? And the other thing I'll say about F&I menu presentations, very valuable in the F&I office in this constrained time frame where, this has been adopted by everybody, that you're not buying single products, you're buying levels of coverage. And one of those options is not nothing. It's, good, better, or best. What do you want? But part of the problem with menu selling is the individual products' identities get lost a lot, where they're not really, even though it's 100% of the products 100% of the time, is because you're presenting the whole menu. We find that after the sale, when you put these products in the customer's hands and they can digest everything that they missed, they're inspired to buy. They want to protect their vehicle, especially when they just bought it. So much like WeatherTech and buying floor mats, guess when people are buying more service contracts and warranties? It's not 2 years or 5 years down the road. It's within the first couple of weeks of ownership, when you just gave them the ability to be able to see it, understand it, digest it, and God forbid in 2022, buy it on their smartphone. These smartphones came out in 2007. It's almost 2023. We're a month away. Isn't it about time we start leveraging these smart devices?
Steve, bring it home. Okay, you've connected all the dots. I love the WeatherTech analogy. If I'm a dealer, I'm sold. You've got the technology. All these professionals here are explaining it and making it very clear. Steve, if I want to get Strategic DX at my dealership, what do I do?
LinkedIn is a great way to connect with us. On the bottom of the screen, you've got also our website. That's a great way to connect with us. But what I'd like to do with a little bit of airtime that I have left here, and in the spirit of the season, is to say thank you, Ted, to you. And thank you to everybody on the panel for being a part of this. And I'm grateful in the spirit of Thanksgiving for this industry that I love. And all the participants, look how much passion exists just right here on this panel. And again, with that airtime, for those that understand one of the challenges Ted has put out there to help unmask cancer and to donate, this is such an easy thing to do. We're all very blessed on here. And I do love the industry I work in. And there's always time to make time to help out others. And Ted, thank you for bringing light to this. And I hope everybody watching this, everybody on the panel and everybody watching this makes some kind of contribution. It doesn't take much. It's really fast to do, by the way. and it makes a huge difference. So Ted, thank you. And everybody on the panel, thank you for being a part. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Steve, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. Everybody, I want to thank the Modern Retailing panel, Rebecca Chernick, Brooke Furness, Ed Roberts, Shawn Kingery, Shawn Butler, Russ Mann, and Tully Williams, and Steve Apicella from Strategic DX. Everybody, the Modern Retailing panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
The most important relationship in the auto sales industry is between the dealer and their customer. But that relationship is often undermined by an overlooked problem. Consider this. How many products does the dealer offer in their F&I environment? 4, 5, 6, or more? Through how many different third-party administrators and product providers? Traditionally, it's more than a few. As a direct result, how many different pathways exist for the customer or service drive to engage in F&I product service? As many ways as there are F&I providers. And how many of those ways are modern and connected, or even desired, leading the dealer to increase revenue and more meaningful retention? 0. The elephant in the room is the maze of service options ensuing from the various F&I products, 800 numbers, and time-consuming online claim forms create an engagement nightmare for both the customer and service drive. Even if each provider has a modern app, it still contributes to the problem. If the maze of required service pathways were disclosed at the point of sale, customers would probably turn and run. It's no one's fault. Truth is, the multiple TPA product provider F&I environment is tactically smart for the dealer. Dealers choose the best products through the best providers, who offer their unique attributes to strengthen the dealer's position. While the use of electronic menus employed by dealers presenting multiple TPA products improves compliance and customer acceptance, it does little to address the dizzying array of antiquated pathways currently available to the customer and dealership when service is needed. Your dealer experience solves the dealer-customer engagement problem, especially when multiple providers exist. YDE deploys one dealer-branded technological platform for servicing all products sold in the F&I environment, modernizing the process and ensuring the customer and dealer are always connected. Both customers and the dealer's service drive can view all F&I product purchases and details in one place, even with multiple administrators. YDE enables customers to submit a claim, receive approvals, and engage in service from one dealer-branded solution, creating an intuitive service experience for everyone. Dealers can additionally communicate directly to customers with service reminders, announcements, product offerings, events, and more, creating a new customer experience moment powered by the dealer. YDE fortifies F&I administrators and product providers with improved loss control, greater claim accuracy, and faster processing times, while leveraging transformative claim adjudication methods and next-generation workflow efficiencies. More importantly, it's a powerful sword for the F&I administrators and product providers to successfully compete on the battlefield of customer experience, to increase revenue and more meaningful customer retention. There's no need to change existing F&I processes, products, or mechanisms. YDE connects the disconnected, strengthens relationships, and builds greater profits. We believe it's the dealer's customer and should always be their relationship.
We encourage you to dare to dream by scanning the QR code on your screen or going to fixedopscares.org to make a donation to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society now. It's time to strike up conversation on Conversational AI with Stella Automotive up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Our conversation now is about conversational AI and how it improves the human-to-human customer experience. We're very honored today to present you with a panel, including Shawn Niffen from the Germain Motor Company, Ed Roberts from Bozard Ford Lincoln, and Jocelyn Baudet from Stella Automotive AI. Everybody, welcome and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks,
Thank
Ted.
you. Glad to be back.
Jocelyn, when you were here just a couple months ago, I've seen a lot happening with conversational AI, and I'm so intrigued today that we've got these two top retailers to share some information with us. And Shawn, if it's okay, I'm going to call you Nif. I know that you are in the process and you've been working with Stella Automotive AI for some time. Give us some background, Shawn. How does conversational AI deliver or help deliver a better customer experience over the phone?
So over the phone it's been one of our biggest challenges when it comes to getting the phones answered. You know, we're running on very thin staffing. When you look at that, you think to yourself, okay, customer just wants to talk to someone. We've all experienced that. But when we came across Stella, what happened is that we were like, oh, this is very different, because we've already been acclimated to textual AI and using chats and text and so forth. And we do know that that's an appropriate platform for people to communicate with the store. And sometimes it's more preferred than anything else. But when we saw the conversational AI, we're like, oh, this is a bit of a game changer, because one of the biggest complaints that we have with our stores when it comes to looking at the data is like, okay, why aren't we getting the phone answered? How many times does a customer have to call back? And this takes a big chunk of that data and moves it into something that customers will say, oh, that was easy. So in a minute and a half, we can get a scheduled service appointment using AI, and mission accomplished, right? It leaves the sophisticated conversations to the face-to-face, or what we call lips to ears conversations that customers want to have about the car. They don't need to talk to someone about this. And if they don't want to use their mobile device or a computer to schedule this, and they just want to use the phone, you know, I think it's funny because we often refer to this as we have the newest technology being driven to the oldest technology in the store. We have the computer driving traffic to the phone, of all things, right? And it's amazing how important that phone call still is to this day, and to have a good experience.
And what's also equally amazing, Nif, is that, you know, we're talking about answering the phone, right? Which is not supposed to be rocket science. Give us the overview on Germain. I know you're in multiple states. Give us a little bit of the backdrop, because I know you have many locations.
Yeah, we have stores in Phoenix and Michigan and Ohio and Florida and soon to be Montana. So it is interesting. But when we looked, we've been partners with a company called Call Review for many years now, since about 2011. And that's always been the premise: is how often does a customer have to call back in? Can we get the phone answered the first time? Does the customer reach the agent that they originally called into? So we've always been engaged with that as far as getting the phone answered on the first ring. And we have other partners like Marchex, which take that into consideration as well for stores like Cadillac. But getting the phone answered you would think it'd be simple, right? But people are busy. And when there's a customer standing in front of you, your focus needs to be with that customer. It's not about the phone that's ringing. It's about that face-to-face interaction you're having. Or if you're dealing with a complicated situation, it's good to have those conversations with the customer and not be interrupted.
And if this is a conversation that the dealers on the Fixed Ops Roundtable have been having now, Ed Roberts, you recall just 2 months ago at our last event, the phones were the #1 topic of conversation. Talk to us about this from your perspective.
A lot of times we can't answer the phone because we got somebody in front of us and we don't want to be rude to them, and we need some things to fill some of those voids. And if we don't have those things to fill the voids, the next thing you know, we have a drop call, or we have somebody calling our competition, and or it's an unanswered call to begin with. And so when we can fill some of those voids to kind of help bridge that, then it increases our efficiency. The customer never knows the difference. And some of the stuff is just repetitive anyway. If they got a question about this or that, and it's a repetitive question, we can fill those voids right from the beginning and then make our advisor more efficient when we get to it. So it helps us all the way around, but the key to it is embracing technology.
And Ed, I think that Nif is right. We've known from the metrics that many dealers have been measuring, yours as well, that this is an issue for some time, but now we need to address it. Jocelyn, give us a little bit of background on conversational AI over the phone and how that works.
Yeah, well, I'll just start with it's very new technology. I think most of us have the experience in other parts of life besides automotive that phones aren't really good anywhere. If anybody's flown recently or booked a hotel or tried to call tech support. So we're incredibly excited to have a technology that is very leading edge. It has zero latency. It's incredibly smart. It's well thought out. The product is nimble and it meets the customer where they are. Stella opens with, "How can I help you?" and is pretty much armed and ready for bear, no matter what they say. And if they say they want an appointment, Stella can handle that completely. So we think that's exciting. I think there are other tasks that you could expect AI to lean in on the phone and in chat, where the intelligence is going to accelerate dramatically in the next year and 2 years. So we love being in this market. We love dealers. We find that dealers need and want help. They need and want good vendors that listen. And we have not found very much resistance. Most people are at least curious, and most are willing to give us a try. And in those cases, we find that the product goes on and doesn't turn off.
Jocelyn, I'm also excited that you are in the fixed op space, because we all know that when
Yeah.
that phone rings, service is where a lot, if not the majority of those calls, Jocelyn, are going.
Yeah, and I think, the hallmark of our era is self-service. People want things immediately. They do not like holding. I think the IVR answering the telephone is a death toll. The minute you hear it, you already know it's you versus the IVR, and you're going to figure out what number to press to get your needs met. So I think having something just even from a brand alignment standpoint that just says, "How can I help you?" is a very different experience, very refreshing. And even if in many cases the same action occurs, which is we transfer the call, we used AI to do it, and it's magical, and customers like it.
Jocelyn, I
Proper
know that
routing right from the beginning, when AI can ask the right questions and know the direction it needs to go in.
I know that both Ed and NIF are very interested in the dealership in-person customer experience, as is our audience. Jocelyn, I understand there are things in the works, things that are coming, and I want to talk to you a little bit about conversational AI and how that's going to impact the actual in-dealership experience for the consumer.
Yeah, I mean, we can unpack a lot there, but I would say conversational AI that people might misperceive. There's a lot of technology in listening and speaking. It's an incredibly advanced amount of AI to make something that can hear a human, figure out what they said, and talk to them. And, there's magic in dialogue management. There's magic in understanding accents, intents, generating responses that are appropriate. So obviously that's very exciting. And we think that technology has a lot of use in the dealership. For both customers and employees, I think over time, you're going to see there's self-serve on a telephone. Customers have 3 choices to engage with you: your website, the telephone, or coming to your dealership. And I think all 3 needs to be consistently intelligent. So if somebody walks into a dealership and nobody knows who they are, that's a tragedy. So I think AI has something to help. One thing AI can do that people can't is simultaneous equations. So where a person has to go through a linear process to look up a person's phone number or get their car, find their VIN, go find their credit report, there's a set of things that need to occur, and AI can do them all simultaneously. So we use that on the telephone today. I think 60 to 70% of callers are repeat customers. And so when we call, if they have an appointment, we ask if they're calling to reschedule it. If they, and we don't ask them questions we don't need to ask them. And I think AI is going to bring that onto the floor of the dealer, where I think sales teams and staff are going to be better equipped with better tools, probably mobile, that have extreme intelligence in them, probability type mechanisms where, suggestions of what might be a good thing to talk to this person about or suggest to them, knowledge of forethought of, that they're the quality of customer that they are and what they might be looking for. Saves tons of time. And I think you don't really have to talk abstractly. I think we all have that experience. You like going places where you're known, where you're respected, where your time is treated efficiently. And, the other side of that, the staff just can't afford to deal with. It's just so hard to staff right now. You need to move people through faster. I was renting a car the other day. It took like 18 minutes. I'm like, it wasn't in my fast track. And I'm like, oh my God, this is it felt like I'd gone back 30 years in time. It was just like mind boggling and have 18 minutes to rent a car. But I think, but the buying a car experience, it might be like that too, where it's like, look, just moving through things faster. Think of Star Trek, think of Captain Kirk. Hey, computer, where's Khan? Well, you have, where's Jocelyn? And, did she buy her car? She's still on property. AI will be able to know things like this. Wow. Knowing where staff is, where cars are, where people are, where keys are. So I think it's exciting. I think there's a lot coming that are going to help dealers. And of course, the customer has this incredible opportunity these days to buy the most advanced technology on earth in almost any car. And so I think the environment that sells the car needs to be as sophisticated as the environment inside the car that you're selling.
Boy, I couldn't have said that better myself. Nif, there's a lot there on the in dealership experience. Talk to us about that, because it sounds like some exciting things are headed our way.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, and my mind was racing forward too. Is some conversations we've had in the past where, we sell $50,000 vehicles, and yet when someone calls in, we can't identify that customer. Where we can order a $12 pizza from down the street, and everyone goes, "Hey, do you want the same one as last time?" "Yeah, no problem." And in a minute and a half, you're done, right? I see that coming forth with the AI, is to be able to identify a customer and their value. Sort of if you had a mosaic for each one of your customers. So I think that personalization is one thing that allows dealership to progress, is to take the technology and make it your servant and not your master. And the ability to look into the database and recognize that this is a customer is coming down the road where we're saying, hey, this customer needs preferential treatment. Sort of like when you went through the rental car place and you weren't treated like the Hertz Gold member that you probably are, right? You get used to that certain level of service. So I think that's what's coming down the road with dealerships, is the ability to add a lot of personalization to their experience, not just speed it up, but to make it a better experience. So quality of interaction. When a customer shows up in the dealership now, it shouldn't be complicated. But sometimes it is, because there's something wrong with the car and we can't figure out the problem. Sometimes you need to have what we call the high touch behind the high tech. And the high touch is why we have people on staff to interact with the customer when they come to the drive, because there's some things you can do with a computer and there's just some things you just can't replace.
Amazing. You're exactly right. Ed, I'm thinking about a lot of the conversations that you and I have been involved with, that have discussed EVs and Tesla and the advantages that the dealers have over that. And Ed, I know that you've worked very hard to reduce that sales time when a customer, buys a vehicle. I heard David Boyle talk about that on a panel just a couple hours ago. Talk to us a little bit, Ed, about that in dealership experience.
Well, first I got to tell Niff that I'm still in the high touch behind the high tech. I love that phrase. But let's take it back to culture for a bit, because we all have culture, whether it's good culture or bad culture, and you can kind of feel that when you walk into a place. But at the end of the day, when everybody goes home, it's brick and mortar. And it's the people that show up that bring that culture. And it starts at the top, and the direction and the vision and values and all those things that comes together, but people can feel it. That's our physical showroom and our physical service drive. But we also have a digital showroom and a digital service drive that we can't necessarily dispel that same culture in. So we have to drop those nuggets out there to keep that level of engagement, because we can't look out and see if someone's is not necessarily where they need to be. They're a little bit disgruntled. We can't see that in the digital showroom or digital service drive. So AI fills those gaps. And what I hear coming down the pipeline there is just, that's music to my ears, because now I can keep that level of engagement at a higher level without even being able to see them. And that's key to me.
And Jocelyn, it's refreshing to hear from the retailers here that that is of great interest to them as well.
Oh, absolutely. I think having a digital assistant technology, it has to be conversational. It has to speak natural language, and because people can't speak in SQL. So, this front end engagement needs to be a friendly thing that understands the topics and interests of the stakeholders of the car dealer.
Love it. Nif, one of the things we've heard a lot about recently here at the Roundtable is that the dealers have this rich first-party data, and how can they use that and embrace that to help create a better customer experience using conversational AI? What do you think about that?
Yeah, so this is an adventure that started with Meloshenko and I about 5 years ago. And we wanted to develop a, not necessarily a marketing strategy, but more of a communication strategy. Some of the legacy thinking that happens in our dealer world is that we tend to try to do things the way we've always done things. And John and I were putting our heads together, and we finally came across the idea of let's develop a centralized data platform, a data lake, as some people call it, right? And what we want to do was get that data unsiloed out of the DMS systems and bring it into a central core where we could communicate with the customer based on the car that they drive, not the location in which they bought it from. So we had a company called Outsell develop that centralized data platform for us from scratch. And it's been so amazing to work with this, because our first initiative was really said, get the data and then get the data right. And they came back to us and they said, hey, we got good news and we got bad news. And we pulled data, and we pulled 5 years of data, and we found out we have 1 million records. That's the good news. The bad news is 40% of it is unusable. So we're like, well, what does that mean? So what we had to do is literally go back and clean up the data, begin to use the data correctly, and we use AI to do that as well. So it's important to work with clean data, because as you move downstream from clean data is the ability to enhance other data sets using your clean data. So the ability for a customer to call in using the AI and to be identified correctly with the right VIN, like having a VIN cleanse thing, that's all in place for us. That's what's amazing about it. If you get your data right, you can fix a lot of problems. And let's face it, the DMS companies out there have not done dealers a whole lot of help when it comes to getting their data cleaned up, right? And that was our struggle. So we're very proud of that accomplishment, and we think that moving down the road, there's other dealers falling in behind us, because most dealer groups under 50 stores, they're not talking about developing a centralized data platform. No. So we feel like we're there.
Nif, John Meloshenko was on the show, not just today, but 1.5 years ago. And he was talking about that exact process that you're telling us about now. So I see how all this will fit like a glove. And you've got a big edge there at Germain and having started on that journey. Ed, you've heard about that rich first-party data dealers. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, Shawn hit it with clean data. The clean data almost helps us do a needs assessment so that we're better prepared when we reach out to our customers. And when we can reach out to them and meet them at their level and already have an idea of where they're at and what they need, half the game is half over. We've already connected with them, so to speak.
Yeah, love it. Jocelyn, tell us some more.
Clean data, baby. AI loves it. We hate being wrong. Our job is the right answer to the question. And I think for people and AIs, we are embarrassed when we have the wrong answer. So getting that data right is incredibly important. We do have a role in it. Conversational AI gathers a lot of information speaking to people. We take great care to make sure it's transcribed and put back into the data systems of our dealer customers. We inject and we took great care to understand repairs and maintenance and brands and their differences between them and what they call things, and get the language right to match the data. And we do inject and select opcodes. We do inject all the notes of what the customer said. We do and are able to collect digital rights and ask the dealer if it's okay to call them. We do and are able to ask them survey questions and ask them if they're happy. So there's just a lot of information that the conversational AI can get that's very simple but incredibly powerful. When you pair a healthy, smart back end with a smart AI talking to your smart customers, it yields. It's probably the best data. And, to be honest, you're getting that all day long on your phones. Your teams aren't capturing it. And they can't. They're getting shelled. So it's not really, it's just, you can standardize some of these things and get it right. Say the brand right every time, get the data right every time, do the record right every time, on simple things. And, as Niff said, save the hard things for the people, and the relationships for the people. But, when people know what they want, you give it to them.
Niff, I would think that a dealer or dealer group, if they're not now or soon to be using conversational AI, I think they're going to be very much behind, okay, if they don't get a jump on it soon.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. I mean, whether it's what we're talking about here, or conversational AI, or just using your data intelligently, what we did was that we had to govern how we were communicating with our customers. In other words, get the data right, use the data correctly, because let's face it, a lot of dealers abuse their data. Yeah. And, the other one was giving third-party access to clean data, which I literally just got off a call 45 minutes ago with another company. And I said, why do you need to go back to the DMS? Why don't we just plug you into the centralized data platform? And they were like, you would do that? I'm like, absolutely. Why should you fuddle through all that mess? And what's really going to be cool about this, and this is really getting geekish, is that imagine what you can find out about consumer behavior when you're looking at how we engage with that customer and the data. Like, to understand geographic, psychographic, and demographics, and to be able to drop your data into mosaics and understand like where your customers are coming from, why they're engaging with you, sort of like click trail data. When you start getting into that, your marketing budgets go to nothing, because you're not trying to boil the ocean anymore. You're just trying to create a great customer experience through personalization and the proper use of technology that makes life easier for customers. It all works together eventually, right? But it's not that it's hard. It's hard work. But the reward on the other side is the technology does what we can't do effectively or efficiently. That's what's cool about this tech.
And what I'm hearing also, Ed, come to you on this, is this application will not only really enhance the service experience, but also I'm thinking of the parts department too, right? In how we retail those parts and wholesale those parts. This has implications far-reaching there as well.
Wouldn't it be so much better to have someone answer the phone in parts and not say parts hold, please? As you're so commonly in dealerships. And Jocelyn is singing our language there. It allows us to meet customers at their level faster. It allows us to make a personalized connection. It allows us to enhance that first impression and increase the level of the last impression, because those are the two things that the customers retain. It's their first impression with you, whether it's digital or in person, and then the last impression. We can enhance those two things, we all win. And then going back to Niff there with retention, that puts it out there for us. And as Tully says, we are in the repeat referral business. And when you focus on retaining what you have, you don't have to spend near the money on conquest.
Jocelyn, I think you got a winner here with this conversational AI, and where there may have been in the not too distant past some resistance, 6 months ago, a year ago, that is less and less. And dealers are open to it, and they're hearing from their peers about, like you're hearing today, that this is now and this is working.
It is working. And, just for realistic expectations, we're talking like 20% of calls. It's not like, you still have calls, but just imagine 20% of your calls peeled off and handled with 8.5 score.
Yeah. That
Right.
Pareto
And
principle
then,
was exactly what I was going to bring up too, because I looked at the newest store in our group that's on Stella, and I was shocked. I'm like, we're just getting started, and the numbers are pretty significant in regards to how many people said, "Yeah, I can do that," and and as those customers come back through again and recycle back through, they're going to be able to schedule appointments even more effectively. So as word gets out, I think that number is going to go from 20% to, I would dare say, in the next 2 years, maybe 50% of customers will say, "Oh, that's easy. I'll just press a button and I'll get scheduled, done." Right. So yeah, I think 20% right now it's a conservative number, but I will say I've seen numbers in our group already that are higher than 20%. It's pretty significant.
Shawn, are you using Stella in just a few stores, all the stores? Give us that background.
We're live in a few stores and we're installing in a few others. So it's one of those things where we tend to, as you know, John, we're decentralized. So each store has to make their own decision when it comes to that.
Okay, love it. And the startup process with Stella, in terms of when you first brought it in, how difficult was that?
I don't think it's complicated at all. I mean, it requires some technology involvement, right? You have to get our phone provider, which, you know, we're pretty good there. You know, that's one thing when people talk about their phone systems, they don't talk about enough is the mechanics and the architecture of the phone system. Like, how many times should the phone ring before Stella kicks in? You know, they say, oh, 5 or 6 rings. Well, that's 40 seconds. That's a long time to be on the phone before someone answers, right? So we actually go collaboratively and consultatively with the Stella team, who have been fantastic, by the way, to work with. So again, you're sort of blending the human part of this thing with operational acumen with the technology. You got to know how each store is supposed to operate. And believe me, if there's an issue, you got to be able to figure it out quickly, because you know, you don't want people getting frustrated with the technology. It should make their life easier. So we spend a lot of time with that.
Adam, coming to you, and then Jocelyn for the last word.
Well, absolutely. Like Neff said, you got to make sure the technology is enhancing things, and if it's enhancing things, then we're all winning. And I think he's a little bit conservative. He says we're 20% now, in a couple of years it could be 50%. At the rate that things shift now, we could be at 70% in a couple of years, and we have to prepare for it. And the last thing you want to be is on the other side of that 2 years from now, because we didn't prepare for it early. So this is the time to fill some of those voids and help your digital showroom with first impressions, and your digital service drive with having someone that can help fill those gaps and kind of help you with that needs assessment, so you can offer more personalized service.
Love it. Jocelyn.
I mean, we're incredibly proud to have the product. We're excited about, I think it's day one. And conversational systems, and we all grew up knowing they were going to be here someday, and they're here. And it's exciting to be a company that's delivering that. It's a very special situation for us. We've got really top people in the industry working here that are passionate about dealers. So we're having a good time. I encourage anybody that's listening to give us a call, stellaautomotive.com.
Great. Great honor, Jocelyn, to have you here today to talk about it with our audience at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Shawn Niffen from Germain Motor Company, thank you so much on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Ed Roberts, thank you. I want to wish all of you and your families a happy Thanksgiving. It's coming up next week. And thank you on behalf of the Roundtable for all that you do for our industry.
Thank you, Ted.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks.
Everybody, Jocelyn Modette from Stella Automotive AI with the panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
How would you rate this call on a scale of 1 to 10?
10. That was surprisingly good, surprisingly smooth. That was easy to schedule. Thank you.
I feel calm. I feel taken care of. I love your service.
Your service is always excellent. Cannot ask for anything more.
Best automated system I've ever used.
That was real quick and easy. Thanks.
Stella and I are becoming best friends. At first, I didn't think I was like her, but I do.
Thanksgiving is upon us, and we all have something to be grateful for. Visit fixedopscares.org or scan the QR code on your screen and make a donation to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society.
Kids, they're just different than us. They have no inhibitions, consider silverware optional, and are way more flexible. And when kids get really sick, they're different than us too. That's why over 3 years ago, we dared to dream bigger when it comes to treating young people. Rethinking existing approaches that were causing devastating short-term complications and lifelong side effects. We created a children's initiative with the goal of transforming treatment and care through advocacy, education, and the largest global clinical trial for kids with blood cancer. It's a giant leap for little patients. For the first time, a specific treatment can be matched to a specific type of cancer in a specific child. We want to inspire more and more people to aim higher and think differently about children's blood cancer. So starting now, the Children's Initiative will be known as the Dare to Dream Project, expanding our efforts beyond families directly impacted by blood cancer to tell a much bigger story to a much broader audience. A simple message that kids are different, and finally, their cancer treatment will be too. It's a global effort that invites others to dare to dream with us as we work to raise $175 million. What started as an idea is becoming a movement, proving that amazing things happen if we just dare to dream. The Dare to Dream Project from the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, transforming treatment and care for kids with blood cancer.
Ready to leave paperwork in the past and step into the modern age? Here to show us how is Caesar Augustus with the Dealer Scanning Panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm very honored now to be joined by two gentlemen who have been with the Roundtable for a long, long time. They are Ed Roberts from Bozard Ford Lincoln and Caesar Augustus from Dealer Scanning, who is one of the original founding members of the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Ed and Caesar, welcome back to the event.
Thanks, Tibbs. Glad to be here.
Good to see you, Ted. Good to see you, Ed.
Likewise.
Caesar, so much has happened in the last couple of years. Ed and I were just talking about all the changes that are continuing to happen. There's a big change coming now for dealers that need to get on board with a lot of new rules that are required as dealerships. And, Ed, you're also in Florida, and you may not have been in St. Augustine affected by the winds of that last hurricane, but a lot of dealers were. And if they weren't scanning their ROs and scanning throughout the dealership, Ed, they would have been in big trouble.
The ones we was certainly spared here in St. Augustine, but the ones in Southwest Florida, not so much, unfortunately. And I feel for some of those, and I've reached out to some friends down there, and some dealers has experienced some flooding and loss of inventory, and we're all struggling with inventory. But that stuff is replaceable. Sometimes when you need documents, or you have documents with authorizations and whatever else, and you lose those from a natural disaster or whatever it may be, they're irreplaceable. And it's tough to circle back up with it. And so I recommend to anybody to scan as much digitally as you can, because it's stored somewhere else. It's not stored on the same facilities. And if you have paper backup, that's one thing. But when you store digitally, then we can all have access to it.
And Caesar, I know we're going to be talking today about DMS less scanning, but you had to have seen some dealers who were affected throughout this last calamity who were not scanning, and as a result, we'll pay a big price.
Yeah, we know we had couple of our dealers, but specifically one in the North Fort Myers area. We followed up with them a day or two after the event, and one thing she responded, the controller, was, "Thank God we're scanning, because some of the they got flooded. So obviously some of the stuff got really messed up. And all she said is, thank God we were using you guys, because all our stuff's safe and ready to go." So, but yeah, we're glad that our dealers in that area were we've been helping them for a couple of years and made it out okay through the storm.
So, Caesar, let's talk about that. Are there still dealers today who are not scanning repair orders and some of the basic stuff?
Yeah, it's unusual to think that in 2022, now we're going into 2023, there's a good percentage of dealers out there, probably 40 to 30% of dealers that are still old school. There's a mindset that doesn't change with some of these principals or even service managers, and I'm always amazed. Obviously, it's great for us because we get new businesses, but people don't change, and it's always amazing to me. I just did an install in Detroit. Dealer's been around for 60 plus years, and they were been paper filing for a long. And it took a service manager to leave and come back 3 years later. And his premise was, in order for me to come back, we need to scan our rows. And that's how he was able to, kind of get them on board scanning.
Wow. Ed, I know you scan your documents at Bozard. Can you ever imagine going back to the old way of doing it?
Absolutely not. We scan to be able to have access to it when we need to, but then also volume has just went crazy. We started scanning back in 2015, but now with volume what it is today, I would need 3 file clerks to keep up with it. But Caesar talked about old school there, and let's talk about car dealers in general. And we kind of stick with things that we've done forever, and we do it that way because that's the way we've always done it. And that's kind of what happens with scanning right now. We've kind of always filed this stuff away, and we got these file rooms and big old giant file cabinets, and we go back and look for this stuff. And it's there the first time you go look for it if you got a decent system in place. But what about the second time you need to look for it? What about the third time? Because if someone went back and accessed it and didn't put it back or put it back in the wrong spot, now how do you find it again? And when you scan it digitally, it's there every single time you need it. And so it's all in one spot. So you don't have to look in different places for different time frames of when they came in. And it's just, and then let's carry that further. I mean, here we are in the middle of November, and next month we got the safeguard compliance that we got to meet. And with boxing up stuff and waiting for somebody to come file it away, that puts us all in jeopardy. And to scan it and be able to scan daily and keep that stuff clean. I mean, look at Caesar's desk back there. I don't see a paper anywhere. And that's obviously because we can do something with it. And now we don't have to hold on to that paperwork. But even further than that, sometimes we maybe back up a bit and minimize what we print. And then you can control how much you have to scan. And you don't have this stuff sitting everywhere to where you have issues with compliance.
I love it. And, I want to talk to you, Caesar, a little bit about that Safeguard Act with Ed as well. But Caesar, one of the things I know that you want to talk to us today about is DMS-less scanning. Talk to us about that, and why is that such a big issue?
So yeah, Ted, one of the I would say new trends it's happening in the industry is that a lot of dealers are starting to recognize the need to basically keep their old data, especially around when they're moving from a DMS to DMS. There's a DMS wars going out there. You have your Reynolds and Reynolds, your CDKs, your Automates, your dealer tracks. They're all going after the same pot of dealers, and they do change. You guys know this, Ed. You know this. You go from Reynolds to CDK to dealer track to Automate. I've known dealers that have gone from Reynolds to dealer track, back to Reynolds to Automate. And when you talk to the employees, they want to. You can only imagine how they feel, right? The ones that have been there for 10 years and they've gone through 4 DMSs. But unfortunately, what happens when these changes occur, the scanned files, if they've been scanned to that DMS, you're basically held for hostage if you want to move the files over to the new DMS. And there's many reasons for that. There's just different standards of the way some files are stored in one system versus the other. And the transfer of those files from the one system to the other can cost in the upwards of tens of thousands of dollars. So as you're moving from a DMS to DMS, usually saving money is one of the main issues that a dealer is making the move. So most of the time, the files that have been scanned never get moved. which essentially you're losing all that work you did to keep track of all that history. So DMS-less scanning is basically your document scanning system is agnostic to what DMS is using. And that's what we offer here at Dealer Scanning is we tie into all the different DMSs, and we're able to basically maintain the files to the dealership, not to the DMS, which proves is the best solution for the client, because then you're not worried about having to pay thousands of dollars to move hundreds of thousands of scan files. So it makes it easier, it makes it faster, it allows you to keep track of basically all your history without losing it in, either because you had a dealer buyout or some group bought you that is using a different DMS. You always have your files. And I think that's the best thing for the dealer.
And let's talk about that for a minute, because all the DMSs out there will say that, hey, we'll transfer your data. You'll be able to get everything from your old DMS. You'll be able to do all those things because obviously they want to make the sale. But reality is everything's that's scanned is encrypted at some level. And when you change it to another DMS, that encryption may not go over the same. And there may be things that they can get from it, but not everything carries over. Correct. And when you can keep it separate, then everything's carried over just as the way you scanned it. And that's instrumental with taking care of a customer follow-up service visit or whatever it may be, when you can go back and access all the information, have all the tech notes, not just some of it. You can see that it came in on this date, but you can't see what was done. And so that complicates it. So when you can carry it all over, it's instrumental. But sometimes it's not the intent, it's just the way it works out with just the different encryptions and how it converts over.
Yeah, and obviously the encryption is important. There's obviously different ways that data is stored, and it's just the flexibility of our system to always meet the standards. And one thing that we can all talk about this technical stuff, but it goes back to the user. I remember walking into a car dealer, and surprisingly to us, you would think that the service manager or your service advisors are the ones that are impacted the most with our scanning. And it turns out it's your service techs. When I walk into a dealership, the techs they're like, "Oh, you're the scanning guy. We love your system." And the reason is that a tech is working on an RO on a car, and they made a note on an RO on the piece of paper 6 months ago. In the past, they would have to call the front desk to get the lady to go to the file room to go find the RO. Let's hope the RO was stored in the right place. That process can take up to an hour, right? That's if you can find the RO. And now they're able to go to a machine in the tech shop, type in the RO number, all the last 6 of the VIN, all the information comes up. So it makes it easier for them, makes it faster for them, it makes it more convenient, and it's not as stressful,
And that's one thing that we don't get back from a technician is the time. So when we waste their time, send them all over the place looking for stuff, we lose what Telly says we're due. We sell hours. We lose the hours that we should be selling. And that doesn't help any of us.
Yeah, it's amazing. Go ahead, Ted.
Why is it when we say hours or think of time, we all see Tully pop up, right? We all smile because we know how true that is, Ed.
That's exactly true. I got my reminder every single day right there. He's in my ear screaming hours, make sure you sell your hours. And that's what this is about. There's elements of efficiency here. There's elements of compliance, but there's also elements of being able to have a third party to have more control of what you want to do with your business as well.
So Ed, if I may, you recommend, Ed Roberts, that dealers are scanning, okay, and get on a reputable scanning platform. And number 2, look at DMS less scanning as a way to do that. And that would be the preferred method to be able to apply at your dealership.
Absolutely. Sometimes we look at, and when you talk to the DMS, they're going to tell you, well, we can do that and we can do it easier but the process of scanning is exactly the same. And so you're not held hostage if you do it third party, and there's no additional labor to do that. You still have to go through the same motions to scan it, whether it's within the DMS or outside the DMS. And when you keep it separate, then you don't have to worry about whether the DMS is down, whatever else. You have another source to be able to get to it. And like Caesar said, if the advisor needs to look at it because of something the technician put on there, then the technician needs to refer back to it. Neither one of them have to leave their workspace to be able to get it. It's bam, right there. They pull it up and they have it in front of them. When we foul it, it's a whole different ballgame.
So, Caesar, Ed came up through fixed operations. He obviously understands that extremely well. Now he's running the dealership. He's COO. And now we have a new date coming in December next month that's going to affect all the dealerships. Let's talk about that a little bit, that Safeguard Act. And Ed, first of all, to you, and then Caesar. Ed, why is it important that we incorporate scanning as part of that solution with what's happening?
Well, we have the compliance issue coming out next month, as you said, and with that, it's really that's to safeguard our customers. It's to protect their information, and when we file, we end up storing that, and then there's periods of time where somebody comes and files. Well, that whole storage, we're really at risk of all those people, data at risk. When we scan and we scan repetitiously throughout the day, then that stuff is never laying around for it to become missing. And we're controlling our customers' data that they already trust us with. And the last thing I want to do is violate their trust.
Caesar, that's got to be a big part of your strategy at dealer scanning.
Yeah, no, with this new safeguard rule, I mean, we've taken the last year of development to make sure that our system is up to date, to make sure that now the multi-factor authentication is required for all vendors. It's going to make it a little more complex for the user because now you have to verify that you are the person that says that is using the system. But our encryption is military grade encryption, and more importantly, one thing that gets overlooked by many is it's the actual reporting and the tracking. So, for example, we're able to tell you because we do have integrations with all the DMS systems, we're able to tell you, hey, if you closed 1,000 arrows in the month of October, you've scanned 800 arrows. There's 200 arrows that are missing scan. Now, that's valuable information because that tells you that, yep, 200 repair orders have not been scanned. They were closed. Where are they? And now, because we're required to store this data properly, that's going to become a bigger issue in the coming months. So reporting is important to make sure that whoever's scanning is doing the right job, and obviously that technically all this information is stored in the right way.
And Caesar, what about warranty audits? Does that enter into this as well?
Yeah, I mean, now that you're not going to be able to store this in some file room, imagine, Ed, you have your warranty audit that says, I need these 100 rows by end of next week. You know the horror stories of trying to find 100 rows in a paper file-based file room. The benefit, and every service manager tells me that's been one of the biggest benefits of scanning, that your warranty audits do not become a nightmare just because how easy it is to pull the data.
When a manufacturer comes in to do a warranty audit, and it doesn't matter the manufacturer, it's very similar. When they come in, they have ROs that they feel like is already at risk, that there's something that we didn't do correctly or whatever else, or maybe it's an investigation from a quality concern. And so they have a list that they want to look at. And it isn't that if you come up with 98 of them, of the 100 that they're asking for, that they're good. They want to see all 100 of those because there's a reason why they singled those 100 out. And the ones that you show them, they'll look through them. If they find if they understand what took place, you're good. But all of the ones that don't show up, they charge you back for. No matter what the reason is, if you can't find it, it's a chargeback. You couldn't show me why you charged me for that. And in some cases, there's extrapolation. That would say, we looked at 10% of your ROs, and in these, you didn't do what you were supposed to. So we would think that would be the same if we looked at all of them. So we're going to multiply that times 10 since we only looked at 10%, and that's what they charge you back. So the extrapolation piece can get really ugly, but truly the element is being able to provide the documentation, because in audit, we all should learn. The manufacturers should learn about some stuff that's going on. We should learn about what the manufacturer's looking for. And the last thing we want to do is to send money back and forth that we feel like we're entitled to, or they feel like they're entitled to.
And Caesar, let's talk about how easy it is to use your platform, because I don't have to sign a long-term contract, right? And get locked in with dealer scanning, do I?
No. We understand that that's one of the biggest pet peeves for all our dealers. It keeps us on our tippy toes to make sure we're delivering absolute value. So it's month to month, easy to use system, lifetime warranty on the equipment. We come from the Lexus world. Our business partner, founder, Michael Napton and I. So we learned a lot from Jim Moran down there. Family. Yeah. So we used to work for Jam Lexus. So yeah, we're top notch. We provide the best service, full-time warranty on the equipment, easy to use, unlimited scanning, the best reporting in the industry. We integrate with CDK, with all the major players, easy to use.
And Caesar, I've seen on a lot of installs, maybe not all, but I've seen Caesar Augustus in the stores. Like you just said, you were in Detroit, actually making sure these dealers get up and running. And you're great on service too, I know.
I love it because even though we have other people around the country, I'm I guess more camera friendly, and I like to show the reality of what's going on in the ground, and people see it, and as an owner of the company and working with the company, you really get to see how you're impacting your clients. We have raving fans all around the country. It's a great product. We're just keep adding more.
And Caesar, you have raving fixed ops fans. We mentioned his name a few minutes ago, Tully Williams, but on the latest issue of Fixed Ops magazine, I want to just show the audience how ingrained dealer scanning is in the fixed ops community, because not only is Tully on the cover along with Ed Roberts, but there's Caesar Augustus on the cover of Fixed Ops magazine. Ed, I know you've been on the cover a couple times. Caesar, your product, dealer scanning, is built for service, built for fixed ops, affects the entire dealership, and you're really one with the fixed ops community, because I know a lot of dealers use dealer scanning.
No, thank you, man. It's amazing. It truly is an honor just to be part of that group with Ed and Owen and I was Tully. Unbelievable. No words.
All right. How does our audience reach out and get a hold of you, Caesar? What do we do?
Yeah, just you can go up to our website, dealerscanning.com. We have a 2-minute video demo that basically explains the whole entire process. You have all the pricing there, easy to use. And if you want to reach out, just either call me at 561-385-8177 or text me.
That's your cell phone?
That's sir.
All right. Everybody, DMS less scanning, get on board. It's time. It's fixed ops. Ed Roberts, thank you so much today for all you do for the fixed ops community. And Caesar Augustus from Dealer Scanning. These gentlemen here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
This is our scanning system, which consists of a touchscreen computer and a 60-page per minute duplex scanner. I am going to show you how to scan a typical repair order. Bring up our dealer scanning application. Click on Repair Orders. Place the repair order in the scanner and click on the Scan Repair Order. This will start the scanning process, which will scan all pages front and back and automatically read the repair order number. After scanning is complete, the repair order number will be shown on the screen. For this example, the repair order number is 995957. You can now confirm that the repair order number matches the number on the screen. Then click OK, which converts the scanned pages into a PDF document and saves them into the system. To view the scanned pages, simply click on the View button, which will bring up the repair order where you can easily view and navigate all the scanned pages. You also have the ability to scan small items like battery test printouts or service coupons. Simply load the small items into the scanner and click the Scan Other Items button, and they will be scanned and added to the existing repair order. You can view the scanned items by clicking the View button where you can see the items at the bottom of the PDF document. It is simple. Now, I am going to show you how service advisors, accounting, warranty administrators, parts department, and technicians can easily retrieve the scanned repair orders. Each person will have the repair order viewer on their computer, which allows them to look up repair orders by repair order number, VIN number, or customer name. For this example, we will use the repair order we just scanned, which is 995957. Click Search. The scanned record will be shown, and by clicking on the scanned date, you can see the contents of the scanned repair order. Here, users can print or download or email the repair order document. It is simple. How much does this cost? You don't need to contact us or email us for a quote. We'll give it to you right now. $500 installation fee, $500 monthly service fee per unit. Unlimited scanning. No long-term contract, just month to month. Dealer scanning. Organize your dealership documents, saving time, space, and money.
Up next is Mr. Fixed Ops Digital himself, Owen Moon, and the Online Service Marketing Panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. This is the panel we've all been waiting for. Owen Moon is a great friend of the Fixed Ops community. He's been with us since the earliest days of the Roundtable, the Online Service Marketing Panel, which is hosted by Fixed Ops Digital. Owen, first of all, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ted, thanks for having me. Pleasure to be here. A lot of times I'll do individual sessions on these, but I always love it when I can come in and help moderate a panel of experts, and we've got some good ones here today. So looking forward to this.
Oh, and I love the mask. I love April's and Arens as well. I recognize Drew because he's been on the roundtable several times before. So I know you got a great discussion coming. I'm going to step out of the way, Owen, and I will come back as we get towards the end. So, Owen, the show is all yours.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Ted. First off, I just kind of want to introduce everybody here today. So first off, in my upper right-hand corner is April Simmons. April is the corporate internet and marketing manager for the Horn Automotive Group out of Arizona. In my lower left-hand corner is Aaron Sparks. Aaron is the marketing director at Denoyer in Michigan. And Drew Benson is the fixed operations technology process manager at the Cavalli Auto Group. So, and I know Drew has obviously been on the roundtable in the past. So first off, welcome everybody. Glad to have you on the online service marketing panel. So,
thanks, Owen. We're super glad to be here with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to take my mask off here so we can just have a quick conversation. So
I love it. I'm going to throw my glasses on. I can't. The downfall of the mask is that if you wear glasses, they don't really fit over a mask.
Well, obviously, we're supporting a great cause as Ted does with all of his roundtables, and so it's good to kind of get into character and have a little fun with it. But I'm super excited about this panel because what I want to talk to you guys today about is service marketing. We a lot of times on the Fixed Ops Roundtable, it's very process driven, it's technology driven, but marketing is one of those things that I think is moving very fast. And so, I think that that's really an opportunity that a lot of dealerships have to get better, inside the dealership. And that's with how they're marketing their fixed operations, right? Fixed operations is everything from parts, service, tires, accessories, collision. These are all great profit centers for the dealership. And I think what we find a lot of times is they're very neglected. So, what I want to kind of start with, and I'd love to hear your guys' feedback. Let's start with April. April, tell me a little bit, our company always talks about sort of the evolution of service marketing, right? And that transition maybe away from customer loyalty campaigns and, going after specific audiences to more of an online approach. What are you seeing with your stores? What are you kind of seeing out there in the industry? How can dealerships maybe look at their service marketing or their fixed operations marketing a little bit different when it comes to 2022 and obviously as we're moving into 2023?
So, one of the crazy things is when I first started, I really was focused only on the variable side of things because I was hired as the internet director for all of our stores. So I was heavily involved in the marketing of the variable side. When I started to really dig into the data and look at, what's working, what's not working, because store to store, I found that to be very, very different. So it was a different spot for me going into a corporate space versus an individual store. And what I really started to see was that a lot of the traffic that sales was paying for actually was going to service. So the goal completions, the things that were happening on the website, the converting spots were within the fixed ops realm. So that, of course, then took me down the rabbit hole of starting to look at, well, what happens on the website? Where are these people going? And this epiphany of like, whoa, we're all talking about sales experience on our websites, right? Customer experience. And for some reason, nobody looped in fixed ops and thought that was important. Well, fixed ops is where the majority of your web traffic actually goes. The majority of your phone calls to your dealership and also your web traffic is actually in your fixed ops space. So the first thing with marketing that I feel that people really need to hone in on is have the same approach to all of your converting, your SEO, your converting tools, your scheduler, anything that is related to fixed ops. You should have, if not more intensity than even on your variable side. So first place to start, your website, and making sure that you have that proper customer experience, and then look at where you're landing people.
Yeah, great points. Obviously, we've seen the evolution of variable marketing for years, especially online. But I feel like the service side has sort of just kind of lagged behind, and we've been very content with doing direct mail campaigns and email marketing and things like that. Aren, as the marketing director at Denoyer, what are you guys doing maybe differently today than you did a year, 2, even 5 years ago to help reach those different audiences, specifically online?
And just our marketing mixes in a general sense. There's a lot of things that the OEM is going to require of you in the service space, just as they are, on the variable side too. But taking your chance to look at that and understand what's required of you, and then knowing and understanding how that actually fits into today's world. Because not to maybe throw any one OEM under the bus per se, but it would probably behoove you to really take a step back and say, is this serving us, right? Is this thing, or the way that they tell me to do this, is this serving me or serving our end goal? We know that, on brands that we see behind me, like direct mail is a heavy influence, but text messaging is not. There is focus on an understanding of what they're coming in for and how many call lists that you can have and all the outbound activity that you can do. But how are you supporting that physical outbound activity that you do with content on your website, resources for the customer to know and understand, and using digital marketing as a general whole to support the things you're doing. We found that, when I walked in the door, that we were doing the things that the OEM was telling us to do. And they're telling us that we're doing all the things.
You're checking
right.
off the boxes, right?
Right. But you've got a ton of smart people in that room, and there's people that are doing things just because they say it's right. That doesn't necessarily mean it's good. So.
Yeah, great points.
But according to them, 100% of every customer that comes into the shop is because of them. 100% of the time.
Yes, and so then April and I have both have I think an affinity for UTM codes and call tracking and things, because you can do more, probably without spending even a whole lot more, if at all, if you just take a step back and look at what you're wanting to accomplish and find the ways to track that along the way.
Drew, to kind of follow up on that, I gotta, I know you guys have quite a few different brands. Is it more important than ever to have those brands be sort of marketed differently than it is with sales? I mean, obviously with sales on new cars, it's very different, but a lot of times, a lot of dealerships will take a very, kind of a consistent approach on their used car marketing or their used car side of things. How are you seeing your different brands sort of tackling different things? I know you've got a couple brands that are very heavy with EV and things like that. What are you doing differently, or can you see differently with your OEMs?
Yeah, with our different OEMs, we put those three to the side and we focus on our own dealership brand, which is the Cavalli Way, and our process of service. So no matter what they're telling us for marketing, we want to make sure that all three stores, our process is equal, right? We want to make sure that the website's promoting our brand, which is the Cavalli Way, our service process, the videos, the digital NPIs, the virtual glove box, the pay online, all that stuff is our brand. So no matter what the OEM is telling us, yes, we're going to satisfy them, but we're also going to focus more heavily on our website, on our service process. So they're going to see that on our website, and they're going to know what to expect when they come in. We're even going to, when we set a service appointment in our confirmation text message, it's a link to our video to our website that shows them what to expect when they walk in the door. So it's all connected, right? But we focus more on our personal dealership and Cavalli Way brand rather than the OEM stuff.
You know, that's great points. I love that, because when you have a brand and have multiple stores, especially if they're in the same market, you don't want someone to go from one store to the other and get a completely different experience, right? So kind of moving on then, next point I want to talk a little bit about is customer experience. Drew, why don't you start here with us? And so we just ended with you. How do you see what you're doing with the Cavalli Way and you know, sort of that doing your brand first? How is that affecting your customer experience? How is it affecting, you know, reviews and CSI scores? Are you seeing that it's kind of working, that everything is kind of cohesive, as opposed to, you know, Volkswagen's over here and Audi's over here and that type of thing?
No, yeah, it's very similar at all three of our stores, and we've seen an increase at every one of our stores in CSI and gross and everything, because we're going to stick to that process. We're going to change pay plans to force that process and make people adapt to it, so that it's the same at every one of our stores. Our managers know how to manage the advisors know how to manage themselves, and so on and so forth. So I think it's really important to just put that effort. It starts on your website, because that's where most people are going to find you, right? So they're going to find you on your website. You want to market on your website, and then it's about delivering when they walk in the door. Right? So you want to have that same speech when they walk in, and then promote it so that when they do come in for service, you're giving that consistent process over and over and over to every customer.
Yeah, makes sense. I love it. April, what are your thoughts?
It goes back to, you know, the first thing, which is, I always say, be a customer. So if you're a fixed ops director right now and you haven't even logged on to your own website for your store, start there. Go in and be a customer. Try to schedule the top 5 things that your customers consistently schedule. Make sure that it's actually easy to get the appointment scheduled. And then from there, make sure your scheduling tool actually reflects your ability to take care of the customer. You know, I've seen some stores make mistakes where they open that scheduler up to the point where all of a sudden you have 300 people on the drive. Well, nobody can give a good customer experience. You have all this great stuff on your website saying, oh, we're going to get you in and out. We're going to give you a great, you know, experience. We're going to be nice, all these things. It's convenient, and then you're in a line for an hour. That doesn't work. So you need to make sure that you inspect what you expect from that, as if you were a customer, and how that actually then flows through. Then you want to start thinking about what answers or questions can you answer with knowledge on your website. So in the same way that we do for sales, if you were to look at a car on somebody's website and it didn't tell you what the specs were, you'd bounce out pretty quick. If you go on your website and you want to know, hey, my check engine light just came on, what do I do? You need to answer that question without them having to call you, so that they don't bounce off your website and now go try to Google for those things. So I think we first have to just put our customer hat on to be customer experience forward, and just think about those things and how you can make it easier for your customers. And honestly, it's easier for your staff, because now you're getting a lot less calls if they can actually conveniently and easily use the tools that are out there. And then following up with that is the communication. So how are you communicating with your customer when they're live at your store? When they've left, how are you getting the proper information back to them? Are you doing video? Are you sending that via text messaging? Or are you expecting your customers to answer a phone call when they're at work? And causing that friction back and forth type of thing. So those are the things I think you can apply a lot of the stuff that we've been doing in sales for a while, and just put that customer hat on and put it into your fixed ops process.
Yeah, great points. Oh, go ahead, Aaron.
Sorry. And if you don't know what to tell a customer yet, a really great way to figure that out is a couple of ways. Talk to if you have a service BDC, have them write down every question that they were like, really, is that a question? Anytime they do, like for a week, just 3 days even, is probably plenty of time.
Oh, yeah.
Monitor your chat, and if your chat takes anything that has to do with service, what are the questions that you get there? And just look at those, even just those two things, those would be really great starting points. One question that I didn't think through at one of our other stores was the way that you could do get an oil change just for quick service. You could go in and look at that, and it said 6-quart or 8-quart. I know what that means because I've been in the automotive industry, but my 19-year-old cousin is going to look at that and be like, I don't know, do I have a 6-quart or an 8-quart?
Right. And they're going to go, Mom, Dad, what do I got?
But you're continually teaching a new generation, and you want to look to the lowest denominator of like, what do they know or not know, and teach to that.
Well, and to your point, where everything is kind of different on the service side compared to the sales side, is that we have dealerships that are just now starting to get into service BDCs, right? I do a lot of speaking at different 20 groups, and one of the questions we always ask is how many in the room, so let's say there's 20 dealers there, how many are doing outreach, doing outbound, and maybe 2 will raise their hand. So if there's still a long ways to go, those other 18 stores, you know what they're doing all day? They're fielding phone calls. So if we can build out content, we can build out information, we can answer questions for the consumer, we're going to cut down those number of phone calls that are coming in just for real basic information. So, obviously there's a way to do it right. There's a way to do it so it looks like it belongs on your website, and that obviously Google has different ways that they want you to, construct that content and get it out there. So you get some SEO value and stuff like that. But just having some good information on your website is the first step. And if you can have that, it solves so many different things, from CSI issues to reviews. I've seen more 1-star reviews just from dealerships not meeting or properly setting good expectations inside the dealership when they're there. Now, could some of that be avoided pre-appointment? Yeah, if you have some great infrastructure on your website and that type of thing. So good points to everybody. So,
and mass bonus points for video.
Yes. People don't want to read anymore. They want to watch a little bit of video, right?
Yeah, you see a big paragraph on a website, you're just going down to the bottom. You're not even reading it, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, let's kind of stay in this and talk a little bit about attribution, because, as marketers, we've been sort of, conditioned and rightfully so that, hey, you got to make sure things work, right? So how do we get away from, hey, we targeted 1,000 people in our database that hadn't been into service for 18 months. We sent them a piece of direct mail or an email blast. And now, to your guys' point, every marketing company is coming back going, oh, I want credit for that guy, that person. I want credit for that person. How do we make that transition away from that type of ROI or attribution to more of the digital attribution? Because obviously there's a lot more that goes into it, utilizing traffic and sort of, page views and things like that. Just a lot of that digital metrics that we see very predominantly on the sales side, that when you go to a service manager, a lot of times it's sort of that, ooh, I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never been in my Google Analytics account. That's not what I do. I'm a service guy. How do we kind of close that gap? Because I think there's some really good, valuable info that we could maybe, be able to present and give to service managers to make decisions. Aaron, why don't you start with that, and then I'll let you guys all kind of jump in.
Sure. If you're not using QR codes for the physical aspect of things, you should. Whether that be in store or if you're still required to do direct mail pieces and things like that, make it easy for the customer to get their next thing done and get them there directly, would be my first and foremost request. But also too, you can use things like UTM codes on direct links that go back to the website that get them back to the scheduling tool. And with proper setup on your Google Analytics and exciting things that are coming down the way with GA4 and understanding attribution from a GA4 aspect, I think that there's a lot of opportunity there, but it's got to be something that your marketing person is interested in order to be able to show you that attribution, because it does take setup.
Well, and good point. And one thing that I will say is everybody on this call has a marketing position of some sort in the dealership, right? So that's why we're here. It's not that I didn't say, hey, let's not grab service managers for this, but typically when we go in and work with a store, it's a triangle. We're working with the service team. We're also working with the digital team to make sure that we're all moving the right direction. We're not overlapping services. We're properly looking at the right metrics. I've done some stuff in the past on Google Analytics, GA4. Ted always calls it the gold standard of reporting. It's like, we have adopted this as an industry. Is your vendor using those same resources, or are they trying to go it alone and create their own scenarios? So April, coming from a multi-store group like you guys have, how are you looking at attribution, maybe from your, Phoenix stores all the way to some of your outskirts stores? What's important to you guys? What are you looking at?
Well, so interesting thing though. I think the first thing that any dealership, whether you're a single rooftop or multi-rooftop like we are, is figure out who your marketing ambassador is. Because here's the reality of what most stores have. They either have an internet director type person who oversees marketing, which then they only let them be in variable because they don't know anything about fixed ops, right? So they kind of cut them out and say, no, we take care of this over here. You have a GM who, is like, hey, I kind of understand fixed ops, but I'm just learning it. But most of them come from variable as well. And then you have the fixed ops director that has no idea about marketing at all, who just says, well, no, all these people just show up. Why would I pay money to actually have them show up? So they think there's a very set it and forget it. So I think the most important thing when we're talking about attribution is find the person who can actually help you ensure that what do you have, then what is working, then what can you do to actually make it better? So when my fixed ops team finally let me in, they're like, okay, wait a minute, April knows
open the door,
right? Let's go ahead and let her help the fixed ops side of things. One of the first things I realized was most of the OEMs refuse. They will not UTM tag their stuff. They won't do it. Well, that kind of scratches my head like, well, what are they doing then or not doing that they're scared to actually see the reality? The next thing is call tracking numbers. If you're not using a separate call tracking number in every single thing you do, you're missing the boat there too. And again, the OEMs, I got a lot of pushback from them. They don't want to do it. I found that most fixed ops directors didn't even know what the OEM was even doing, like what was actually being sent out, what messaging was going out. And they were hiring other companies to do the exact same thing to the exact same people. In some cases, paying 2 and 3 times to send an email to the same customer. And emails are getting less and less effective. So we need to be paying attention to those things. So the most important thing for attribution is making sure that you can figure out, is this working? Is it making phone calls? Are people showing up? But when we start talking about Google, it gets really cool. You can even take and separate a search query to say, I want to land this search query on this landing page so that you are answering that proper question. Right? So there's a lot more that we can do. We're just scratching the surface. And I think that you have to understand you don't have to be here today. If you're not here, that's okay. But find somebody in your group who has a passion for marketing and open your doors and say, here's what the OEM's got us doing. Here's what I've signed up for. How can we make it better?
How can we evolve it? Yeah, Drew, good points there. April, Drew, thoughts?
Yeah, I think a lot of it's like by autopsy. You don't really know, like the customer walks in with a coupon. You're like, wow, didn't know that was running this month, right? And then you're not prepared. And that's the worst.
Where was that at?
Because then you look like you don't even know what you're doing. And then the OEM's like, yeah, we let you know. And they really didn't. They just send it out. So finding out on the fly what your customer is bringing in, well, then you're not prepared. So then how can you know that your website's prepared? So you have to be prepared for all of this. So April's right. You got to find somebody or, figure out what the OEM's doing for you or find somebody that can figure it out quick.
And I will attest with all of our brands, I still chase things down, but It's better than knowing nothing.
Exactly.
But at least it's the same thing as we used to do with super sales, right? Where, hey, we're having this huge sale and then the customer shows up on the lot and they're like, some sale, where's all the people and the balloons and the sales environment? Next thing you know, you got, salespeople going, oh, I didn't even know that direct mailer was going out, so there's definitely a disconnect. And I see a disconnect all across service marketing. We try to really create an environment where we have pricing integrity throughout all the different things that we're doing on the website for our dealers, as well as if they're doing social media, paid search, display advertising. We're trying to kind of connect everything because we've seen it work on the sales side, right? I mean, that's how we've evolved on the sales side, is by having software that can push inventory to cars.com and Carfax and the websites, and doing inventory ads on Facebook. That is just now starting to become a reality for service. So I think that there has to be some standardization as far as attribution, and I think that, that's one thing that we're really, kind of leading the charge with, is what is it that we're trying to accomplish with online service marketing, and how can we actually, show those results when we don't have a customer's name, email, phone number, address that we're sending, those customer loyalty programs to. Cool. Well, the last thing I want to really touch base on then is technology, because we kind of made the whole gamut, right? We talked a little bit about the evolution of service marketing. We talked about customer experience, maybe some attribution strategies. What can you do to make sure it's working? But what can we do from a technology standpoint to help, kind of also evolve this? And maybe it's not so much on the marketing side, but maybe in the shop, maybe there's some tools that we can look at there. But I think it all kind of goes together with marketing, because if you have certain products and services that you can bring to the customer, let's market those and let's advertise those. So Drew, I know you're a technology guy. Let's start with you. I'd love to hear what you guys, kind of your thoughts on the technology side of where it's going.
Yeah, I think you started it with the website and just offering those services, whether you don't have to be a fire sale on your website, you just list your prices. And then, even if it is higher than the store down the street, you have that knowledge on your website so that you're explaining things before they come in, right? And then when you get into the shop, like when your car is in the shop, your techs, you're going to have to do a video and a multi-point inspection on every single car every single time. And I tell my advisors, like, if you don't have that, then you're not moving forward until you go get it, right? So then you have to give them an experience. But you want to show them, hey, they might have clicked this for a brake flush, or they come in for an oil change. Well, they might have a massive oil leak. We want to show them that before we just, hey, your oil change is done. It's going to leak out in 6 months, right? So we want to make sure we're explaining everything. The techs understand the importance, because the biggest pushback that I get is well, then I'm just doing the advisor's job. Well, no, I mean, you're not. You're finding things out, you're discovering things, and you're ultimately going to make more hours if you're showing the customer what's wrong. If you sound good on the video, you're showing everything, and it's easy for the customer to click into and understand, then they're more apt to understand to spend more money, right? So it's all about giving them an experience. But April was right before, you can't promote it on your website and then fall flat on your face when the customer walks in.
Yeah, the experience doesn't match the marketing, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and Drew, I totally agree with you. The age and experience of our technicians are such a wide swath. You've got the 35-year master technicians all the way to the guy that just started last week, and he's barely, he's green. Yeah. And some of them think, I haven't had to do that. I've never had to do that. I don't, and the words I get a lot are, I'm not in sales. Yeah. From the technicians. And my response back is, I'm not asking you to sell anything. No. I'm asking you to be honest. And if that is a tenet of our company as a whole, I'm literally asking you to be the person that you are and just be honest and tell what's happening, because that's what we need. It's just the honesty, and let everybody else do their job.
I think the other side, Aaron, with technology is not only is our staff a wide variety of demographics, so are our customers now. Yeah. So if you have somebody who's 60 years old and you only have an option for mobile pay, that might be a major friction point for them. Mm-hmm. However, if you have somebody who's 22 years old coming into your store and you don't offer mobile pay, they're going to be like, who are these people? I don't know how to write a check or put my credit card even in a thing. I pay everything by my phone. So I think we have to understand that we have such a drastic demographic in employees and in customers that the best thing we can do is to offer a way to communicate in the way that they want to be communicated to. So if they want a phone call, then call them. If they want a text message, text them. If they want to pay on their phone, offer it. If they want to write you a check, take it. I think that's, when it comes to technology, sometimes OEMs and even stores, we overdo it or we underdo it. So you've got to just kind of find that sweet spot where you're able to do it for the customer's sake in the way that they want to, so that they keep coming back.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what you said earlier, April, with putting your customer hat on. We get mystery shopped all the time by the OEMs. Put your car through service. Mystery shop your own shop, right? Mm-hmm. See what kind of video you get, what kind of multi-point inspection, right? So I think it's a big thing. Not only do that on your website, but then actually put your own car through service, or a car that you're just watching the whole time.
Exactly.
Well, great points, everybody. Obviously we could talk about this all day, but I know we're running out of time. I see Ted jumping back in here. So with that, everyone, I just want to thank you for, being a part of the panel. I think we got some really great conversation. Maybe we bring you guys all back for a follow-up one in the early 2023 and see kind of where things are evolving in the next, 90 to 120 days. I think that'd be great. So.
April and Drew and Aaron, we were mentioning just a little while ago how much of everything we do now is online. Yep. Starts online. The whole process has to be congruent. Drew, like you said, when they come into the dealerships, that everything matches. So congratulations to all of you. Oh, and great panel. I took a lot of good notes. I want to wish all of you and your families a happy Thanksgiving coming up next week. And
you as well, Ted.
Thank you, Ted.
You too.
And, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Aaron Sparks, Drew Benson, April Simmons, we'd love to have you back. Want you back. Owen Moon, thank you for all you do for our industry as well at Fixed Ops Digital.
Thanks, Ted. Appreciate it.
Happy
Thanksgiving.
Owen Moon and the online service marketing panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
What an amazing first day of Dare to Dream. The Fixed Ops Roundtable sure does know how to light up the automotive industry. Don't forget to vote for our Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the show. Thank you for joining us today, and stay tuned for day 2, where we will not only unmask cancer, but also so many new automotive ventures and techniques. Grab your mask and get ready.